only one spot in the group stage is up for grabs, and with the race being as close as ever and the stakes getting even higher, the battle just gets even more intense as we welcome you all to the Philippine Qualifiers of Predator League 2024. My name is Ramon, and with me is Mochi. We are your casters for the whole duration of the last qualifiers alone.
And yes, that just means that there is one more remaining spot for our teams to fight over win. So this just means that they have to give it their all. Everyone, napaka-layo na narating natin for the whole duration of our qualifiers. Nanggaling tayo sa kung saan man panig dito na Pilipinas, Digos, Pampanga, Cebu, what they call this, Cavite, diba? And we have these online qualifiers already ongoing. This is gonna be the last day. And syempre, nandun na rin yung fact na we already have 7 teams na mag-proceed sa ating Phase 2 na di-discuss natin later on in tournament format. But let's just have a roundabout dito sa mga teams na nasama dito. We have Valhalla, Oasis, Naos, Zol, Action PH, Agtambangot Singot, and as well as Virtual Ground Esports. And si Virtual Ground Esports, hindi natin siya masyado nababanggit pero sila yung buena manong nakapasok eh.
Yeah,
diba?
yung dating cookies and cream. Nung una naging ice cream sila, ngayon naging esports org na sila. Grabe naman yung evolution, parang Pokemon lamang. Pero bago ang lahat, gusto namin bigyan ng panahon para makapag-thank you sa Games and Amusement Board for giving us an opportunity to make Predator League possible. Sila nga naman yung naging responsible para, para sa ating tournament natin as a whole, just to make sure that everything is in tip-top shape at para ma-ensure that the competitive integrity of everything is definitely up to par para sa mga standards natin. Well, mga kaibigan, it has been a long journey all throughout sa Predator League Philippine Qualifiers. Yes, as Mochi has mentioned, we have been here for 8 days? Hindi ko na sabing 8 weeks kasi hindi naman gano'ng katagal eh. With the tournament format being as unique as ever for this year's Predator League, as we'd had 4 on-site qualifiers. Mochi has mentioned the locations. We've been all throughout the Philippines to search for the best Philippine team that this country has to offer. But not only there, meron tayong 4 na online qualifiers as well. This is the last of the 4 online qualifiers that we've had, and each champion of each leg has advanced na agad to the group stages, where we only have 1 seat that is vacant para sa ating qualifiers alone. So, pagkatapos nun, pupunta sila lahat sa group stages at yung top 2 ng each group will advance to the playoffs, where they will have a chance to represent the Philippines at the APAC Predator League Finals.
Grabe guys. Well, we are yet to see. Wala pa tayo sa kalagitnaan ng buong liga natin.
Simula pa nga tayo
Simula pa lang to. And yes, yun nga, parte ng simula ay ang katapusan ng ating qualifiers. But syempre, ano nga ba ang pinaglalaban ng ating mga teams dito ngayon? Bakit nga ba gutom na gutom sila manalo puwera sa bragging rights? Because syempre, nandyan na ang ating tournament prize pool. For our tournament prize pool, we are gonna have 5K para sa mga winning teams natin for qualifiers, each leg or kada each instance natin, no? And for PLPH finals, ang 3rd and 4th placer natin ay magkaka-receive ng 55K. And for second placer, they have 100K. And syempre, for our first place naman, sila ang magkaka-receive ng half of the cake, 250,000 pesos ang naman, no? Kanilang mapapanalunan. And yes, I feel like all 6 on the table, it's already up for grabs kung sino man ang mangunguna dito.
Yeah, that's why the stakes are even higher than before. Kasi dito na ang last chance na lahat para makapasok sila sa mga group stages, wherein that is, in my opinion, the most important part of the tournament. Kasi nandun yung progression, tapos nandun din yung kung paano mag-evolve yung isang team with how the meta has been dito sa Predator League, which not only has been double duelist, pero meron na din tayo mga unique strats eh. May double initiator comps at saka double controllers tayong nakakapag-dominate sa competition as alone. So paano na nga ba ang naging events dito sa tournament bracket natin today? For the last qualifier, ay meron tayong familiar faces dito mga kaibigan. We have Carti Esports from one of the previous qualifiers where they failed to represent yung team nila doon sa finals kasi natalo pa lang sila no semifinals before. Now they want to redeem themselves. They took down ang Azrate Esports, also one of the former qualifying teams dito sa ating top 8 na hindi na tuloy nakapasok agad dun sa semis. They will move on against Carti Esports. Lalabanan nila ang Orgless Mofos ngayon, which in your eyes, it may be a new team, pero we have familiar faces dito on the Tier 2 scene.
somewhat familiar tayo sa kung sino yung mga nandito. Mamaya natin makikita yan. Yung isa nagsisimula sa letrang D.
Uy.
Ayan. Later on, we also have our second series, Ivy League Gaming, which you're not quite familiar with. This might be pretty similar to the taste na meron kay Salt Lake City yesterday, no? Kasi titignan pa natin anong kanilang mga offer. Kung meron tayong mga kilala mga players, malalaman natin yan mamaya. For Game Lab Alpha, I have already seen the roster kasi nakita ko na si Lloyd Dream nag-post, no? Nag-leak ng kanilang mga matches kanina. And tong batang to, palipat-lipat ng team.
Oo nga, no?
Parang nagti-team hopping siya, guys.
Yeah, guys.
Nakakatuwa. I mean, it's fun to see na, you know what, as much as this is a competition, it's still a game after all. Nakikita ko si Lloyd Dream na parang walipat-lipat siya ng team. Parang kada isang team may tropa siya, imposibleng wala.
Okay.
Laging meron.
Para siyang mayor no? Pupunta sa iba't ibang
Rumaronda-ronda siya sa mga team na meron, legit.
Ay, ako nga pala si Lloyd Dream.
Oo, hi Lloyd Dream. Diba? Parang ganun siya I mean, like, this is going to be fun kasi that just means na ganun siya ka-flexible na player. It just means na, pupunta ako dito, okay lang, I can see how they operate. Dito naman ako, ganito pala sila, ganito sila nag-excel, diba?
It's like he works in any other environment.
Yeah, which is nice.
Pwede mo siya isikot sa kahit anong team at kaya niyang mag-adapt, kaya niyang maka-keep
kahit
up
saan mo siya ibato,
sa mga
no?
teammates niya, diba? And that's the best thing about being a team player.
Yeah.
Kapag ka naglalaro ka sa isang Tier 1 event, katulad ng Predator League. So, good luck to Lloyd Dream at sana naman ay makapasok na ang Game Lab. One of the more tragic orgs that we've had dito sa storya ng Predator League, no? Na ang dami na nilang mga attempts para makapasok na sa ating group stages. At ngayon, sa final stage, we almost kind of expected na, na magkikita tayo with Game Lab today. It's just that we have a different pace na. Hindi natin makikita si Polex, unfortunately. Mukhang nasundo na siya ni Tita May from the computer shop, no? Parang yung mga bata ka pa, no? Tapos sinundo ka ng nanay mo galing sa computer shop. Parang ganun na nangyari. Pero this time, it's sorry with Polex, mga kaibigan. We will be seeing Lloyd Dream be holding or at least wearing yung Game Lab jersey para sa kanila. And hopefully, he will have a splash doon sa ating second semifinals matchup. But let's talk about that later kasi ngayon, it will be that first semifinals match. Orgless Mofos versus Carti Esports. Carti Esports is a very familiar name for us. Nakita natin yung antics ng kanilang team nung one of the previous qualifiers. I believe it was in Dasmariñas. Yeah.
Third or second? Matagal-tagal na. Ay, tama, third. Third na qualifiers natin, but they didn't last that long Diba?
Hindi sila nakatapos sa
but it's good na nakaabot sila in the semis right now because that just means na there's some improvements and it is evident with the bracket that we currently have. But in terms of the players, nga, di pa natin nakikita kung sino yung mga notable players na kailangan nating titigan mabuti or i-recognize. But later on, I'm sure na malalaman natin yan. And specifically kay Orgless, I believe that tulad ng sabi natin kanina or pinagkakwentuhan natin kahit nung wala pa yung broadcast, Dignified will be here.
Ooh.
And it's been a while, no?
Yeah.
It's been a while that we have been able to see him na like compete in something na ganito ka renowned tournament, and it's just fun to see na yun nga, like literally Orgless, so that just means that this is gonna be opening up a huge amount of opportunities to him, especially if he excels so much.
So he's a monster without a home, kumbaga. He is a troll without a bridge to live under. Yun yung nakakatakot ng mga kaibigan. Hindi yung troll, pero si Dignified. Kasi even though he is under like an environment where he feels he is under a roof, diba? And he's also, just to remind everybody, stand-in lang din po siya sa ating Orgless Mofos. Hindi siya yung parang planong player na kung ano man meron sila from the start. But he has been showing improvement sa mga clips na sinasend niya sa Twitter, mga kaibigan. Pinapakita niya yung communication at saka yung how he usually is as a player kahit hindi siya doon sa Orgless Mofos. He has been like that ever since like, he started in his own previous orgs. It just shows a lot of improvement on his side, and that he can also adapt. He can also be like a chameleon. Like he can adapt to any sort of environment, diba? Kaya niyang makapag-keep up sa mga teammates niya. And if he can perform like that here against Carti Esports, then they're gonna be up against a different behemoth. Gusto ko din na i-highlight ang isang player from Orgless, and that name is Kyle R. Too Fast. Yeah, diba? Kasi Kyle is a personal friend of mine, and he is just one of the most insane players I've ever seen. It's just that it's been a while since I've seen him in a packed team, diba? Kumbaga, kaya ngayon na meron silang partnership with Dignified, then it will be an interesting duo to watch out for.
Yeah, actually, no. We're not quite sure na in terms of how they would be able to work with each other at this
No,
current time. Kasi nga, hindi pa natin sila nakikita maglaro. It is gonna be
masyado.
the first time kahit na, ironically, this is the last day of our qualies. So,
Better
just in
late than
case
never,
na,
though.
yeah, better late than never. Just in case nga na they will be able to facilitate yung kung ano man yung gusto nilang makuha dito, which is ma-secure yung slot, then definitely that will be really interesting for us. I mean, let's just say na kahit na lumipas na yung mga araw,
Mm.
there's still so much to learn from these players.
Mm.
And like what we have seen na this is just the first time na yung iba dito nag-a-appear. Says a lot,
Yeah,
diba?
yeah, kasi that just means that the local scene is hungry than ever to have
Mm.
some really fiery competition, diba?
Yeah.
At kung ngayon pa lang sila magpapakita, eh syempre that gives a window to every underdog out there. Kahit yung hindi mga tier 1 teams, eh welcome pa rin naman yung mga casual players natin. Kahit pa rin yung mga taong stuck sa tier 2 This is their
Mm.
best chance to break into that tier 1 position. And if you can face up against the best, then that is when you know to yourself that you deserve amongst the players that you are playing with and up against dito. So, Orcless versus Carti Esports will be one hell of a matchup. Dahil pareho silang mga teams na looking to break yung tier 1 position na dito. If Carti Esports will be able to do that, then that will be putting a target behind their back later on.
Yeah.
A lot of the tier 1 teams are going to be looking out for Carti Esports. At yung para sa Orcless, it's an opportunity para mai-shine yung kanilang players dito. They're stars for a reason, but they are, as I said, they're monsters without a home. So if makakita sila ng org na pwedeng makuha sila, katulad ng cookies and cream nung una, 'di ba? May kumuha ang esports org sa kanila. Baka ito na din yung time para sa Orcless.
Parang literal na scouting season na rin ng qualis, It is
Mm.
going to be an opportunity for our organizations to actually realize na, oh, you know what, let's see kung sino yung mga aspiring dito or just in case yung mga up and coming na mga players natin dito sa PH. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Ascent is going to be our first map for today. And from what we're seeing, we're having some really familiar people here. Ayan, sila Tapta, sila Kael, sila Gabo. And on the end here ng Orgles,
Okay. Well, it's the same team comp. We already know kung sino si Dignified dito. And Kyle X, definitely not on the Jet, which I've been known him to like play Jet a lot din naman. But
ano naman daw,
he's
change role naman.
matured na siya ngayon Kaya niya,
Yeah.
kailangan niya maging flexible, so he gives the raids over to Karuna, which parang familiar sa akin yung pangalan I'm not quite sure where I've seen his name before. I believe from one of the teams that I've played before. Hindi dito sa Predator League but more or less like a pretty active player on their part. Skylar Vaughn back on the Killjoy, which the same would be said para dito kay Yux. Interesting about Yux, diba? He was one of the players who was willing to be the only guy, a man on an island. Kapag yung ibang mga players niya on Carti will make moves around the map, he's just like a hidden tiger, kumbaga. He just wants to make moves on his own. You let him make those moves around the map where hindi mo siya, hayaan mo lang siya na lumayo sa team niya, then he's gonna be able to like get a lot of picks here, but hopefully magiging same yung impact niya katulad nung kung paano siya naglaro last time, because by the time that we get there, Yux will be able to have more impact,
To be honest. And at the same time then kasi it is going to be interesting for us nga like what we said, Ascent is always a blank canvas and is already having a standard na lineup, which is, the usual, like what we are seeing here right now. And it's really up to them. Paano nga ba nila harness lahat ng mga team compositions na meron sila dito, yung agent na gamit nila, yung abilities na pwede nilang maibato dito or maipakalat in order to get the advantage on their end. And like what you said, Corona is the usual duelist naman din, 'di ba? Like from what we have said and knowing na like what you said din na X parang dati is nasa Jet siya. Parang parang standard na kada isang player sa Valorant, there's always their certain Jet face.
Okay.
No, like literal na hindi nawawala na mamemain nila si Jet.
Now that I think about it no?
For some reason.
Sa bagay. Alam mo ba, here's a fun fact. Before sila nag-trial, there's one team, I forgot what team it is, pero kumuha sila ng all-jet na duelist players. Tapos, yun na lang yung kinukuha nilang scouts. Like, nagsa-scouts sila ng mga jet players from around the world. Then, they're giving them like different roles. As in, Kasi they believe like the Jets are the ones that have the most initiative, the most aggressive.
True, which
They're,
is true.
they're the ones who make the proactive decision. So,
I mean, being on a jet then kasi just means that you had to think fast, play fast, and execute fast. Then.
Yeah,
So I think I can see the reason all behind it. But I wonder if there is gonna be something that's gonna happen right here, right now, with the Paranoia connecting with some of the members here, but not entirely be able to connect into A side as of the moment. Pero nako, nagpapakitang na sila dito.
nakapasok na agad dun sa short, pero they close the door on them. Karuna gets knocked down. Double peek from Kyle. Carti Esports starting as they mean to go undignified through the smoke though. Relying on the scan para makakuha sila ng pick-off. But if you look at the mainscape, Orgless, they're down so many members alive and well for Carti Esports. Triple out for the Omen. They're getting aggressive. And this is what I like to see from any team that wants to play proactively on main. If they want to like make presence, you do it at the start of the round. Talagang gamit agad ng early paranoia from... believe it was Jasso who pushed that towards that main position. They get that A main push. Hindi na sila nagkaroon ng chance para i-secure yung main position for Orgless. Plus, because they had the lack of control over A short, they just gave it up. Hinantay na lang nila through the garden position. Kaso na-smoke lang din sila. So, even if they had the scan from Dignified, they already gave up the site kasi nakapasok na sila agad dun sa main eh.
Apakabilis ka mo natapos ng round na yun. Wala pa nga atang isang minuto yun eh. Nung pumasok sila dun sa A site natin. And before we even knew it, everyone from the side of Orgus has already been eliminated. And from what we're seeing here, it is quite of the opposite. They're taking the time, but more on the defaults here towards sa B site natin, wherein hindi sila quite aware na maraming mga namamahay dito, especially sa bandang boat site natin. Kaya kailangan nila mag-ingat-ingat.
Yeah. Back to the mid-bottom position. Talagang tamang default nga lang eh, no? Active players around mid. You put two of your passive players to play around the extremities para, expect kung magpupush sila ng B main. It's also one of the most effective ways para ma-take off yung split. You take care of one of the players dun sa may B main, pero they decide to be the passive angle na lang. Hold na lang dun sa may backside. All called upon by Kyle. Trying to hold with three of his teammates. Habang may tao pa nga dun sa CT na Dignified. They lock in towards that side position. Ginamit na din agad yung fragment para makapasok sila. Not needing to define that space. Tap will get two. And that is just as beautiful as done as ever. Carti Esports had no issue getting yung B site for free.
That's a death wish. 3 people in both sides not having guns. I think it's already a given that they will be eliminated. But at the same time, Top is just gonna mind his own business. Nakafocus lang siya sa goal dito. Tatlo na nakuha niya for this second round. And it's even a flawless. Walang napita si Orgless, which just means that Carti will just have a steady sail towards their journey.
I like that yung ginagawa nila is like, they did the homework. Kasi after gamitin nila yung first round, they kind of conditioned them that they're gonna play the default anyway. Pero yung default style na ginagawa nila is not yung parang slow talaga at first. They make presence and then that's when they make their mark. Pakatapos sila kung ano yun, they're gonna take the slow tempo pakatapos maglabas ng presence, right?
Yeah.
And that is when they push on wherever they need to. Kaya nakapag-trigger pull na sila dun sa may main position on the pistol round. Kaya sila nakakuha ng mark and control because of the smoke laid out doon sa may A short.
They're pretty straightforward.
These little things just gave you an identity to what Carti Esports want to approach with this. Orgless are now playing scared dahil dito.
Definitely, but at the same time, buy round though, ladies and gentlemen, so this is going to be a possibility that Orgless can have a point, but at the same time, Carti Esports is not gonna let them do so because there is gonna be a casualty tier dito sa side ng Orgless, but mukhang maghihintayan tayo at the current time, but si Yox one shot diretso sa ulo dito ni Skylvon, and we are gonna see 3 more people remaining for the side of Orgless. Dapat sila ang lamang dito, pero parang sila ang nalalagas.
Forcing mistakes out of Orgless, diba? He thought he was safe doon sa likod ng mid-bottom wall, but because he was thrown on fragment, talagang he needed to back away from it. He didn't want to go for the wide angle. He just decided to use yung kanyang updraft. He was blinded off the map because of that. Jasso, very much aware of what he can do with this death alone. Jasmine, he was confident inside the smoke, but he gets only 2. Could have gotten himself a 3K. Jasso back on headshots in. KL with the Bulldog will free himself up for an upgrade into the 1 versus 3. But KO, the best agent for this scenario. But Kyle is a very talented player, and I've seen him make moves that nobody can do before.
3 HP dito si Kyle, but yung isang Kyle natin is just gonna look for any possible heads na magpapakita. But yun nga lang, sinundan kaagad ng counterpart niya na Kyle na KO din,
Wow.
ironically.
Wow.
But yes, it is going to be a 3-0. And kanina, maganda na sana yung effort ni Jasmine doon. He has been able to get into a really powerful position with an advantage of the Phantom as well. Spray and pray, and he's been able to get 2. But sadly, it's not entirely enough to actually give them the edge for that specific round. And in turn, it's still Carti Esports who has been able to prosper. But once again, balik na naman sila dito sa eco round natin for the side of Orgles. And nalaman din natin kung paano sila maglaro. Yun nga na nga, there is some certain lack of coordination in terms of how they would be able to address yung mga pushes na ginagawa ni Carti Esports. It is pretty straightforward, pero there's still the certain struggle. I wonder how they would address that.
I think it's also like the lack of timing kung kailan sila mag-a-aggress, diba? This is the only time that they decided na i-triple peek na lang dun sa may A-main. Try to catch one player off guard kung mag-clear nga sila. Tap-tap! Great mobility usage from the Jet. Dignified controls his headshots. The Sheriff is doing so much damage to Carti as he falls down a hero. But if you look at Orgles, they are really much low on HP. Papasok si Jazz, so no problem. Headshots onto Jasmine as Karuna tries to enter the fray. Only has a classic in hand, but he's aware, kind of, that Jasso is just next to him. Kyle actually pushing in towards his position as well. Kyle finally dealing the damage over to Kyle too fast. Kyle will get the triple. Carti Esports laying down the law this early in the set. They cannot make an inch here.
Really great positioning here from the side of Carti Esports as well. They're well expected. The remaining members here for the side of Argus is just gonna come from market and this straightforward. Dun lang talaga sa Nagapang. And definitely, it is going to be an edge on their end. Pero mukhang meron gatang gustong isugal dito si Corona. Operator is around the end of his hands. And as well as undignified, nako, nilabas na agad ang Odin. So just in case that they will try to commit here in the B side, this is going to be a party.
Man. That means B main is a really big problem. Dignified can scan, see them all through the wall, but they can just scan them back. Trying to spam through the wall, trying to find where Dignified is. He is low on HP. Finally, will kill off Kyle. He's down, but they can pick him back up. Kyle too fast, following up what he has started over at that B main position. Tap will finally revive up his KO, but they're trapped inside the site. They can't even push because they're scared about the Odin.
Yes, definitely. Everyday will try and attempt to rotate. Nakaabang si Corona dito sa mid area natin, which is definitely gonna be deadly on their end, but they better act quick. May oras pa naman sila, but hanggang kailan nga ba to? But magkakaroon na tayo ng pagkakakitaan ng dalawang or ilan sa mga miyembro natin dito. Masasecure ni Corona. Ito si Kael. No follow-ups as of the moment. And it is gonna be too late because si Tap na lang ang may iwan dito. Siya ata ang mapapatigil, lalong-lalo na. And it's going to be pretty risky to go and up for 4 members ang kanyang katapat. Pero ngayon, he still has the spike. Hopefully,
30
makakuha siya ng
seconds left.
pick-ups, but this is going to be really difficult for him to opt for the objective.
Low peek on, and Jasmine executes them out of the site itself. 1 to 4, finally. They will put a bandage onto the big disadvantage giving to them. Into the 1 to 4 scoreline, Dignified. Now, finally, he uses the Odin. This is the first time I've ever seen him pick it up. Kasi parang nasanay ako na lagi siya naka-rifle. Probably the Jet syndrome that I've been used to for him. Kasi
Ano na
usually,
yan?
kasi usually, dati kasi talagang Jet player siya eh. Tas ngayon siya, parang nagko-commit sa iba pang mga roles, which I'm really happy for him. You know?
It's a revolution that's happening here from the side of Argus, which is definitely good. There's nothing to analyze from that round because it's just straight up Odin and then really good positioning from Karuna as well.
Actually, I can pick up one thing about the round. They actually boxed them into B main for so long. That's giving space over to the mid side, giving Karuna the advantage to slip himself up onto the B main position. because ang tagal nilang nandun.
Noong umpisa
Wala
nga.
rin silang lurk position eh.
Yeah, noong umpisa nga, talagang nagdadalawang isip sila na mag-head towards the link because they most likely expected that someone is gonna be lurking there already. Instead, it is going to be Karuna just holding that specific angle na kung sakali man na balak nilang pumunta sa mid-area natin, meron agad silang makakatapat. And they have been able to capitalize on that so much. Playstorm already activated here in the hands of Tap Tap. We're not quite sure if this is gonna entirely connect. A lot of KJ utilities being scattered here dito sa tree area natin is gonna be deadly for anyone who's gonna try to pass through. Nadedali na sila dito and mukhang may masisecure pa itong si Defied through the Hunter's Fury. Masusunod dito Tap pero skill lamang pa rin ng Orgles dito securing the rest of the members here na meron pa dito from the side of Cardi Esports. 2 more people remaining and they are cornered here or being held hostage here at the tree area. So this is going to be pretty difficult for them to push forward. They really have to act quick and try and rotate sa B-site natin kung may oras pa man.
I mean, natatakot sila kasi hindi nila alam kung nasa yung Killjoy gadgets. Narinig nila yung Odin at nakita nila si Skylar Vaughn. Headshots yet again from the Odin. Dignified has never let go of the left mouse button. All throughout, after nila patayin yung nasa loob ng tree area. Great job for Orgles, boxing them in for the second time in a row. Kanina dun sa B main, but this time it was around that tree position. After gamitin ng Hunter's Fury, it was the presence made by the Odin doon sa loob ng short position. And he just could not move an inch after that.
Kung sa ibang mga laro or mga past games natin, may nang boboga. Eto, merong nang raratatat. Kanina pa siya. Kanina pa hawak yung Odin na yan.
Yeah.
I don't know, pero mas matagal pa ata yung buhay ng Odin to compared sa ibang mga members natin in this game because of how good he has been able to actually use it to its fullest potential. But at the same time, mukhang meron tayong mga split pushes or possible split pushes na maaari maganap dito in hopes of trying to go and scour for any possible pickups. But at the current time, wala pa namang nagiging movement or any macro movements from both sides.
Actually, I want to pick up na yung naging split push kanina, yung dapat papatay doon sa naging defense ng Killjoy. Kaso, binigyan sila ng time para makapag-rotate si Skylar Vaughn doon sa main eh. Kaya napatayin niya yung Omen na magsisigina sana ng Killjoy gadgets over towards that mid position. So after patayin yung Omen, doon siya nag-focus na agad over towards that short position where they were boxed in from the Odin, the ultimate from the Hunter's Fury, galing kay Dignified. Ang daming mga points na pwedeng i-pick up dun eh. Plus, Carti Esports, that hesitation, kind of costing them a lot of seconds ngayon. Wala nang hesitation, wala nang takot, lalabanan na lang si Kyle. As he just decides to give yung tree position para makapag-convert yung Carti over towards that tree position. Jasmine, he was scared inside the smoke, he was crouching, he was eating his nachos. Trying to wait for the engagement galing dito sa Carti Esports, but as they give the sight, they trade up itong si Tap Tap. At least they got the 1-for-1. Dignified is just singing with the Odin, trying to get the spam through, shutting down si Yux with the flank.
Oh my!
Sayang na sayang for Carti, but that also gives the red carpet up para sa Orgles as they get the 4 versus 3. Dignified trying to convert towards that A-short position. The split is online, and 3 players out from heaven. Orgles will have the best case scenario para sa retake. The headshot again from Gabon. Dignified follows with a third kill. Galing kay Dignified. Welcome to Predator League, Orgles!
Tindi naman nun. Parang kanina lang inaano natin na puro Odin. You know what? Sige, bundle naman tayo. I'm feeling it right now eh. 3K lang naman nakuha ni Dignified doon and we have been able to see na okay na sana yung sinusubok nilang pag-atras dito for the side of like napitas pa itong si si Jason, maganda na sana yung paranoia na kinas nila, but it's still really unfortunate on their end na hindi nila na-address yung Carti, or rather hindi nila na-address yung talim na maaaring ilabas pa dito ni Orgles. So this is going to be pretty difficult for them to try to get back upon, but on the good side is all equalized or almost equalized na yung mga scores natin. Operator already activated here on Karuna, and alam naman natin how lethal that is, but they are opting for the fast pushes here. G area natin already been occupied here by the side of Carti Esports. They're not backing down. From what we're seeing here, just Nini, oh no, every single one on the side of Orgles, they've been able to immediately shut them down until si Yux na lang ang naiwan dito, nakaisa pa siya, but hindi magtatagal. Si Karuna Pangatlo, yan na, and it is going to be an immediate win here for Orgles.
So they were eager to like give up yung A-short position because they had the better guns anyway. They thought that they were going for the split anyway. So Jasmine on the angle doon sa may close box was a really good decision for them. Because even if they were given the info na doon siya nag-hold, he's the Omen anyway. So he has the movement to get back to safety, and he also has the perfect position if he wants to use the paranoia. So after they pushed on from that A-short side, doon sila na blind, doon sila hindi nakapasok sa A-short ulit. At yun yung naging problema na kanina pa. Nababox in sila sa isang location where they're not able to push if the split push doesn't happen, di ba?
Tuwa ako sa mukha ni Jet, parang jumpscare, nagulat ako. Pero gusto ko lang din i-point out, okay na sana in theory yung gusto nilang execute. Gusto nila na makapasok na mabilis sa A-site. Gusto nilang i-catch off guard yung mga members on the side of Orgles. But at the same time kasi, parang expected na expected na ni Orgles na kung ano man yung balak nilang gawin, they are up and ready for it, kung ano man yon. And due to the fact din na hindi sila ganun kasabay-sabay pumasok, or like, medyo nag-audition sila, it's just very quick, then definitely, Orgles will be able to take that round for themselves.
So nagtititigal lang kami ni Jade kanina pa.
Yun nga eh. Lapit na mukha niya sa kami.
Gusto lang i-shoutout si Coach Hot Sauce, man. You know, he retired recently as a pro player. Pero he is giving a lot of his experience, a lot of his wisdom to the young guns naman para sa Carti Esports, A perfect time para ma-showcase kung ano yung magiging presence agad for both squads. As they push on, Karuna might actually get punished, and he does. Kyle, already getting the timing dito, papunta kay Karuna. Perfect usage of the knife, hindi siya naka-dash out. And he was on a very wide angle, so tamang push na lang over at the mid-bottom position. You also have the presence made by Jasmine, ready with the blind once they made contact from the Killjoy bot. As Kyle are trying to hold his presence doon sa market position. And if he is still alive dito, then they can't push as far as that, diba?
Yes, definitely. But mukhang mag-engage dito si Kyle, but I think it is the wrong decision to do so because Kyle would be simply just killing him off, and definitely, we can say na medyo naging ambitious si Karuna kanina, di ba? Nag-extension dito over dun sa dark covers na inalapag ng Carti Esports, and he met his demise. On the good side here, for the side of Carti Esports though, is that they are fully in control, but at the same time, the respect still exists. Inaantay lang nila ang tamang pwesto, tamang setup para makapag-pursue sila sa B-site natin, and definitely they will be able to do for it. Lalong-lalo na, 25 seconds on the clock, they have decided to go and offer the execute, pero kailangan nila mag-ingat yung Odin namin. Hawak na naman ni Divided. Alam natin kung gaano kalitaw yan. Mukhang masisimulan na dito ng mga kills na nanggagaling sa Valorant. Mukhang pareho na sila nagkakaroon ng mga trades here, but Carti Esports would still be able to get that one.
See, the tempo now was the difference maker dito for Carti. Pagkatapos ng timeout, they decided na, sige, we have to slow down with what we're trying to do. Kung kanina they were hesitating, now they have purpose with how their tempo has been. Kasi alam nila na nandun si Kyle dun sa may market, and they weren't fully secured with getting that position kasi may Killjoy bot pa rin. Nasira na yon, napatay si Kyle, pero hindi nila pinush pa rin because that's info given agad to the players on Orgles Mofos, right? So, they back off. They get the B main position. Na-rush nila agad yung site dahil meron silang numbers. Even if tatlo yung kalaban nila, kaya pa rin yung sirain yung site. So, they're able to get themselves yung lane as slowly as possible kasi wala silang info on the guy dun sa backside. And once they nullified yung mga threats na iba, then that's when they can take care itong si Dignified. A well-placed time para sa Carti Esports. Right after the timeout, talagang napaka-effective ng naging decision ni Hot Sauce.
Definitely, no? Parang nag-ano na rin sila dito. You know what? Merong nagkamali sa mga miyembro nyo. Nagkamali si Corona, nagkamali si Kyle. Parang imposible naman na hindi pa namin mapanalo tong round na to, di ba? So, from what you're seeing here right now, opting for mid-control na naman ng ball dito ni Carti Esports. We have one member here na balak ata or may possibility na mag-abang lang dito from the dark covers with the short in the hands of Karuna or the operator as well. Kaya naman, mag-iingat dito ng bahagya ang Carti Esports. They're just playing it slow, but at the same time, the time is running out. Kaya naman, we still have some ultimates na available din dito just in case na magbabalak sila na mag-rush no command natin, maaaring i-activate dito ni Kael. But now, mukhang nakapag-decide na sila kailangan nila mag-push dito sa B-site natin. Never mind, they're gonna go for the run.
They're actually using yung lockdown para ma-fake sila agad. Karuna! Perfect adjustment towards Kyle, trying to dodge away doon sa operator. He knew that he was up there, but he just hit the shot perfectly. 12 seconds. They have enough time para makapag-plant ng objective dito, as open as they possibly can. The delay is not enough para sa Orgless Mopos, but time is not of the essence. Talagang kailangan nilang patayin. Napatay nila yung scarier ng Spike. And they had no time to go for the objective. What is happening? Nandun pa lang sa main, napatay nila yung magkakross sana. Tap got the ace, but it doesn't matter. Napatay pa rin sila.
That's good for their economy though. So it's still somewhat of a good thing because Tap has been able to go for the pop-off, pulling up that ace from our 10th round. What an awesome highlight there. Maganda lang din yung naging call dito ni Corona. You know what? They're trying to rotate dito sa A-site natin, and such time na meron, it's just definitely lacking. But yun nga, sayang yung effort ni Tap, but at the same time, meron naman sila makukuhang benefit dito sa current round natin. Odin still active in the hands of Defied and Dignified, at alam naman natin kung gaano ka-lethal yan. Kanina niya pa pinapaulan yung mga member natin dito on the side of Cardi Esports. And yes, it is just about time before we even know kung ano yung magiging change in the side of Cardi Esports. Kasi tulad nga nasabi natin, it's not entirely good na masyado kang maingat because it can be a problem in the long run.
I think the idea na alam nilang nandun yung Odin sa B main is already a good cause for Orgless. They could just leave si Dignified there. They're hesitating to even take the space anyway.
Chillings lang siya dun.
That's why they put the active members around anywhere else on the map. Mid-side, where sama-sama itong si Karuna at si Kyle. Alam na agad yung info. Nag-white pick si Yux, and that is what kills him off doon sa mid-bottom. Karuna has the perfect first blood as they reconvert back on towards that main position. This is what they're trying to do kanina pa. Now that they know that the time is not on their side, ngayon pa lang papasok ang Cardi. They have noted yung omen sa backside at napatay nila agad. Na-switch on na agad yung ultimate ni Kyle. Gabo following through a second para sa Cardi. They almost shut down agad, kaso ang Orgless Mopos ang lalaban at magiging 1 versus 3 pa nga. Habang naka-activate pa rin, hindi siya makaka-teleport at hindi siya makakatakbo. Karuna will lock it with a third kill para sa Orgless Mopos. A 6-5, they're catching up and they also got the lead.
Orgless would be such a powerful team here if they would be more, you know, ano pa tawag dito? Restrained? Kasi they are, kanina yung mga mistakes nila is just because of the pag-extend nila ng sobra. Pero kung sakali man that they would be opting for the safer side, you know what, just patiently wait for Carti Esports to actually execute kasi sila naman ang may kailangan lumapit sa mga site namin eh. Then definitely it would be such an advantage on their end. So, from what we're seeing, how it seems like Orgless has been able to find out na ito pala yung mga kailangan natin i-adjust. You know what, sige, magpakalma na lang muna tayo. And so far, it is going to be really beneficial on their end kung yun nga talaga ang kanilang gagawin. Carti Esports, subukan nila na mapatasan ang ating scoreline, lalong-lalo na if ever na mag-off sila for 6-6, it will be a full reset on the second time around. Pero si Corona, parang ayaw niyang mangyari yon. He's been able to offer a pick-off here na si Yux, definitely, which will limit their post-plan situation later on. And at the current time, dine-delay lang nila, dine-delay ang Carti Esports sa pagpupush.
So, pwede sila mag-flank mamaya. Yung Orgless, kaya nilang i-sandwich ulit yung Carti Esports. Yung naging sakit nila all throughout was them being trapped, sandwich sa isang position, habang sinaspam sila ng abilities, ng Odin, ng ultimates, yaban dito sa defense, and it's the operator this time that becomes their problem yet again. 4 kills in a blink of an eye. It's all left up to Gabo. This guy has been popping off ever since the qualifier, but Karuna almost hits the shot.
Whoa.
It is the Blade Storm that knocks him down like a tree. 7-5 for Orgless.
Switching sides.
Not only catch up, they got the lead, they got a 2-round advantage, and they're popping off. They have all that they need dito sa ating second half. And if they can convert dito sa second half natin, then their attack is gonna look as flawless as ever.
You know what I really love with how Orgless is behaving right now? Is the fact that they are somewhat interrogating Cardi Esports. How, you know, how ka nasabi na parang ini-interrogate nila? They're just giving them limited options. You know what? Kung hindi kayo magpo-push dyan sa B-site na yan, we will try to go for the spaces na hinahayaan nyo. Wala kasing naiiwan sa inyo sa mid-top eh. Walang naiiwan sa inyo sa A lobby natin. So, kung ang balak nyo is mag-push unanimously, then we'll just simply occupy mid-area and opt for Corona as our guardian in that area. So, in case man na balakin nyo na mag-rotate, then definitely, it's gonna be too late for you.
Yeah, parang they're trying to make them practice restraint eh. They're forcing restraint on the side of Carti Esports kasi ang daming mga openings na tinitake away agad ng Orgless. Kung magbi-B-main push kayo, may Udin kami galing kay Dignified. Kung
Diba?
magpo-push kayo on A, that is where the Killjoy setup has been putting forward. They have the active players around mid anyway, and this is where they try to fight back. Tap. Good shots from the Ghost itself, but Dignified will give them a window to try to come back into the 3 versus 3 scenario. Nabatuan na agad ng fragment doon sa short position. Try to kill off yung Killjoy out from Carti as Yux will be activated, pero they're still trying to push him down. The Carti Esports have to be wary of this, as Orgless are the ones trapped. And they're the ones getting knocked down one by one. It's all up to Dignified. He can clutch, but as he tried to plant yung spike, doon pa nag-peek si Kyle. So it's the perfect timing for Carti and the right amount of discipline in this regard.
He's gonna be cornered there. He's gonna be trapped in the Bermuda Triangle that is of Carti Esports. So, yep, I guess I got no choice but to just offer, maganda rin yung simula ng kanilang mga duels here dito sa mid-area natin. It's just that hindi nila in-expect the presence na may a-assert dito ni Yux sa 3 area natin. But this time, this is gonna be a good call for Carti Esports na bumawi, and it seems like they've been able to get everything in control, but still the pistol around after all. So let's see how they will be able to put this out.
This is the best time for them to kick the tempo now. Tama na yung default. If Orgless want to try to press their buttons, then they're gonna have to walk into the split para sa Carti. They have the crossfire set up, but they only have to deal with the Bulldogs later on. Kaso na-close na agad yung window na yun. Na-smoke nila yung extremity. They have 3 players watching the same entrance this time around. A short becomes their open window, pero that means they have to deal with the Killjoy on mid if he peeks on. So, anong best scenario dito? Try to push on to the B main position. They gave it up for free. Yung turret lang naman, yung nag-iisa nilang kalaban, at doon pa lang magpipik tong si Yux kapag may contact na agad. There it is. Yun yung noise, at eto na yung magiging action ni Yux. He goes back towards B main, tries to hold the long angle, at hindi pa rin gumagalaw yung tatlong players. Akala nila lurk, pero hindi. Binigay na agad yung presence over towards lane. Tatlong nakapasok doon sa ating lane position, and they get the spike, so that's the bare minimum. What about the bonuses that they can get after this round?
You're about to find out. They've been able to put the spike down here by the side of Argus already. It's just unfortunate na hindi masyado na hold down yung B site natin ng matindihan because everyone just jumped through dun sa nanoswarm na inilapag niya. And so far, they will try to offer a retake here kahit na mukhang medyo magiging mahirap, but they still got the guns advantage here. Close quarter combat sa mangyayari dito. Dignified natin. Nako, nasa main. Hindi nila alam na nandoon siya. It's about time for him to push forward at yun na nga ang kanilang ginagawa. Pero si Carti Esports pa rin nang lumalamang hanggang si Dignified na lang ang naiwan dito. Medyo na-late siya. Hindi niya kinuha yung Spectre na nasa baba niya. And unfortunately, that is gonna be the end of Argus for this round. But on the good side, it is going to be Carti Esports who's been able to offer that smooth retake.
I could understand the force tap doon sa loob ng B kasi they had no time to reconvert back onto lane. And wala silang time para pag-reposition doon sa market kasi nandun pa rin yung Killjoy, diba? Kahit na smoke, may time pa rin para makapag-peak tong Killjoy para mapatay yung kung sino yung pwedeng mag-hold around that position. So they're all trapped on main. Yung nag-iisa lamang na pwedeng lumabas doon para sa kanila is Dignified kasi siya pa lang yung nasa lobby habang nakapag-push na agad yung Orgless onto the site itself. But he missed the window of getting the 3 kills that he could have gotten dahil nandun pa rin siya sa position na yun. Almost as if he could have saved the round entirely, but then again, they only had pistols to work with eh.
Diba? Imagine how different the outcome would be kung pumasok si Dignified the moment na maramdaman niya na nandoon na sa stairs natin itong mga members at the side of Carti Esports. But right now, let's see. Let's move on. Parang na nga sabi ni Sky, clean slate. Diba?
Reset lamang.
Reset tayo dito. It's going to be our, what is this? So our 15th round. And so far, they are gonna take this slow here for the side of Orgless.
A triple gamble stack.
Yun nga, ay naka-stuck sila always sa A-site natin. Ganun sila kakampante na magpupur sila dito sa A-site natin. Medyo kinabahan ako doon. Tumalikod pa siya. But, ewan ko, there is something na pagka meron kang binabara na nakatalikod, mas mahirap, no? yung face ng kalaban mo, someone has to create a research for this one.
That was a headshot if I've ever seen one.
Diba?
Lumiit yung hitbox nung pinakita niya yung
It's so
likod eh.
weird.
The Omen is down, but he's not out of the competition, mga kaibigan. Skyler Vaughn leading the charge. Perfect molly para makapag-delay for Carty. But after that, Gorgless have all the time in the world. Papasok si Tap Tap, already using yung smokes ng kalaban niya. Just so that he got an entry, but Karuna almost dying to the hands of the Jet. Triple kill galing sa Jet. And Skyler Vaughn has given the 4th kill. Gabo will lay himself doon sa loob ng
Wow.
B-site, mga kaibigan. Ang daming timings na sobrang unfortunate. Imagine the outcome if he was able to kill yung Omen. Hindi sila mag-hesitate to push on from CT. At mapapatay sana ni Tap Tap yung mga nakapasok.
I really thought nga nalalabas si Jaso doon sa smoke. Eh yun nga lang, hindi niya yun ginawa. And he will be able to get the opportunity to shut Karuna down if ever man. I don't know, it's all about these micro decisions eh, no?
Yeah.
Like, imagine kung nag-pick to, imagine kung nag-push to, imagine kung nag-flank to. Like, there's gonna be a huge amount of possibilities. Like, parang naka-multiverse na yung mga possibilities natin
Ito
dito.
yung masakit eh.
Oo nga eh.
Ang sakit talaga eh. Kasi ang daming what could have been. When they
Yeah.
should be focusing
Ang
on
daming what if, diba?
what is happening right now. And daming what if. Yun ang nakakatakot at yun yung napakasakit.
Diba?
Diba?
It's so sad. Ang dami na talaga magiging purchase. It's still a close round. There's still a lot of stuff na pwedeng mangyari dito. But they are gonna take their time here for the side of Orgles and will be scanning for any amount of information na maaari na makuha. Spike is not within their reach though, but just in case na mag-peek itong si Taf Taf and may makuha siya dito, that's going to be a good advantage on their end, but the opposite is gonna happen.
Karuna will be the one taking him down. And that's huge kasi that will open up yung A-short position. Yes, they still have yung KO doon, but the fact that he's there will mean that B-site will be the easier task at hand. Kapag nasira na yung gadgets, kapag nahanap nila si Gabo, then that's all a good cause. Lalo na napatayin nila si Kyle on the other side. Mid has been a demolished territory para sa side ng Orgles ngayon. At ang Carty Esports, they have to rely on the defense this time around. All of their investments, all on backside where Gabo is trying to hold as hard as he can. Doon sa labas ng smoke, CT side, trying to rely on the scan. Yups! Using the dart just so he knows where to shoot. Gabo is that backside investment that they've had. And this is where it all pays off. Headshot got engaged, just saw it's all left up to the Killjoy 6 for the second as Gabo will lock him down. Carty Esports with their patience paying off.
3 people remaining here for the side of Carty Esports and they manage to you know, parang nabaliktad nila yung lamesa, pre.
Ano ba yan, pre?
Angas, parang nag-table flip. Hindi the tables has been turned. They flipped the table up. Kasi these members, they've been able to, you know what, like what you've said, they invested on Gabo so much to the point na, you know what, go for the supplementary utilities that you can use here. And definitely they've been able to benefit, and specifically Yux, diba? They ended numerous lives here for the side of Orgles. Kahit pa na may advantage na sana sila through getting 2 people here from the mid area. And imagine how great Cardi will be able to get kung maging consistent sila dito sa whole duration na laro natin. Pero yun nga lang, base natin dito connected dito. Oh no! Yung Boga! Binoga na nga dito ni Jaso! Kanina pa siya! It's going to be 2 people more dito sa Orgis natin. Medyo nagulat sila doon sa mga pangyayari. Hindi sila nakakasagot as of the time. And ngayon, sinusunod-sunod lang ni Carty Esports dito. Kada isa, may kinukuha. And that's gonna be a flawless round for themselves. And wow! Dahil lang sa judge yun, pre.
Adding insult to injury, that was their last buy round 2. And this is a time where they need a timeout. Buti na lang at na-decide na Dignified that the time for talk is right now. They need a reset. That was a heartbreaker para sa Carty. At talagang nahirapan na agad nakapasok ang Orgles because they didn't look both ways before crossing the street.
What
Hindi nila
if
na-expect
nag-check
talaga.
kayo ng corners? Pero what if na tayo dito? But yeah, timeout is gonna be active here for Orgles. It's about time for them to up or reset kasi kanina pa tayo nagiging, you know, we're just sitting at the edge of our seats here. So, yeah, I'm sure their supporters, their butts already clenched na.
Hindi na nila nahintay yung Killjoy ulti nila.
Diba?
Pumasok
Isa
na
ba
lang
yun,
bigla si Corona. And he found himself in the crosshairs of 3 people. He tried to rush down yung short position, pero wala pa yung smoke. pumasok na lang siya agad without waiting for his teammates' util.
Definitely, and no angles has been cleared as well. Despite of we having the KO, we have the Sova. Parang hindi na naman masyadong utilize yung kanilang utilities, or it's just been shut down then by Carti Esports immediately. No, like nakita nila agad where the dart is, and they've been able to put it out ever so swiftly. But let's see if merong mahahatid na iba dito si Arglas. Kasi kung kanina mukhang medyo kalat-kalat sila dito sa mapa natin, mukhang they're gonna go for the decisive approach of proceeding dito sa A site natin. Pero mukhang basado na sila ng Carti.
Yeah, they already stacked up again yung main position. So they got yung mga important players dito, and they decided to stack up against Dignified as they open up yung door over at A short. It's like an open invitation. It's tempting them, seducing the idea na pwede nilang i-split. But Kyle, after patayin nila si Jasso, well, they haven't found out where Tap Tap is right behind the neck. They have slowed down the push for the side of Orgles. Carti Esports have big-brained them doon sa loob ng main position. They thought that Dignified was enough. They thought that they would have had their opportunity after kunin yung A-short position, but they never checked every single part of the map anyways. That A site, they thought that was safe. No, it was not. It was so closed up.
Every single one here for the side of Carti Esports, they are so keen in standing their ground sa A site natin, no? Their execution has been so awesome, so magnifique, so muy bien.
Their
diba?
defense has been stellar.
Very stellar defense. They're immovable, no? Parang kahit anong force na nilalapag dito na Orgles is that they've been able to just, you know, parang snap them like a fly. Like ganun lang kasimple here for the side of Carti Esports. Even if they try to go for some executes here sa A-site natin, they're trying something new, try a different approach. It's still them being able to stand their ground, knowing to adjust how to outdo them, and definitely they are showing it time and time again. But this time, it is a 19th round, and mukhang they will opt for the mid-control here for the side of Orgles. Pero pagka na-corner sila, saan sila pupunta?
Yeah. Tapos may kalaban pa sila mga killjoy util by the end of it. Even if they get market control, they still need to clear yung mga util, and they still need to find where the killjoy is. Yo's just holding the side. Buti na lang at hindi nila tinuloy ang market position. They would have been in the crosshairs of so much damage. Ngayon pa lang gagamit ng ultimate itong si Kyle. Well, actually, it is Kyle X pushing on towards short, trying to see if they can get themselves the winning position over at that A site. Ngayon pa lang sila magkakaroon ng peaceful plant para sa Orgles. Ngayon pa lang magpa 5 versus 5 ang Carti, but it is at a time where they have the two most important ultimates for retakes, the lockdown and the ultimate from the KO.
And it is about time for it to be activated here. The lockdown from our defenders already been put down. Hunter Shuri would try and opt to cancel it out, but not entirely enough. Habang nangyayari yun, may napigitan na si Calvron dito. Mukha na susundan pa. Corona nagpa-pop up lang naman muli, pero masya-shutdown agad ni Top Top dito. Pansaman saglit, pero ngayon isa na lang ang naiiwan dito for the side of Carti will try to go and offer the revive here dito kay Kael, pero not entirely enough, and until he will be able to be shut down dito by Skylar Vaughn. And yes, 9-10. Napakalapit ng laban natin dito. They've been outsmarted by Orgles here. Kung kanina is nagpapabugbog sila and they're being manipulated here by Carti Esports, this time is different.
Yeah, because this time masyado nag-overpush na dito si Gapo, giving the space window doon sa ating A short. The split finally worked out in the end kasi hindi na nag-dare na mag-push ang Carti. Hindi na sila hindi na sila parang nagre-risk na magkaroon ng kahit anong map secure over main. They thought that the site secure was enough, and they even gave the open space for free. Tap. Now, this is his time to shine. Operator in hand, holding every single part doon sa loob ng main. But he pushes into the crosshairs of Karuna. And this is his time to dash into the site. Babalik na agad ang Sova ng Carti Esports. Lalabas si Kyle, pero lalabas lang shutdown. 5 versus 3. Gabo holding his ground, holding his nerve, not pushing an inch, not giving an opportunity. Jasso follows Gabo again. The two-man defense sa B was more than enough to hold against 5. As Orgles have the time to rotate back on towards that A site. Tingnan mo, nandun na yung Omen, pero tumatakbo na agad ang Carti.
mukhang masisecure nila ang A-site natin dito. Both of our Olmens and Silvas in each team. Gabo and Jaso, napakaganda ang naging combination nila at B-site. And I wonder if it is going to be the same here dito from Dignified and just Mimi. A-site still some time here to actually go for a retake, but mukhang maganda ang maging positioning dito from the side of Orgles. And I wonder kung i-expect nga ba talaga nito ito. They're already down here near the generator. Reconnaissance dart are gonna be put out here dito sa A-site natin, pero kailangan nila mag-ingat. They'll try to stick it in. Pero yun nga lang, hindi enough. Nako, low on health na dito si Gapo. And he's going to be 3K here, but he'll try to shut him down. I wonder if there'll be enough time
May
to
time
go
pa?
and defuse the spike.
May time
It's
pa ba?
ticking. The only minute seconds left, and he will be able to do it for himself. A clutch here on the side of Gapo. What an astounding round.
By the skin of his teeth, with a split second to spare, Gabo saves it for the team of Cardi Esports. As Orgles had the round in their hands, they had the site secure, and they even have the insurance policy. Dignified was all the way outside of the site. Gabo had no information on where Dignified was all throughout. Pero they were able to bounce back. All the vibes are in check para sa Carti. And this is their time to shine. 9-11 mga kaibigan, one more per match point. At ngayon pa lang sila papasok. Corona will try to regain his mistakes dito. Nagtatry na mag-comeback pagkatapos ng napaka-tragic na round na ito. It was so close. It was just one more second para makuha na sana ng Orgles yung round na yun, but it was stolen away. Kaya napaka-frustrating na yun for Orgles. They need to come back from that.
Solid yun for Gabo. 9-11, guys. Someone call a firefighters here because nag-aapoy na yung laban natin ngayon. Napaka-init na mga pangyayari natin. There's already the lockdown being placed down dito sa B-side natin. Hunter's Fury will try to go and tag someone, but mukhang walang madadaanan. Gabo and si Kael naman ang nandito sa B-side natin, and hintayin natin kung may makukuha pa sila. Kanina pa sila rumoronda dito at meron silang mga nasyakta na meron dito sa Orgles, and ngayon nga naiiwan na lang dito si Dignified, pero hindi niya alam nasa likod niya si Jax, and that's going to be an immediate kill on his end.
Oh my, the panic is coming. Kasi tinatry niyang patayin yung kung sino yung gumagalaw sa likod niya. Dignified, as he was trying to pick up the spike back on towards that lane position, namamatay na yung lahat ng nasa Orgles because of the pass-side defense. Then again, although they were able to bounce back from it, although they were able to trade it to a 1v1, the spike was just in no man's land. Napakalayo from the site.
Too far,
Nasa lane
yeah.
pa lang. He needed to pick it up in a very wide angle. Nowhere else is safe for Orgles as Cardi Esports get match point. They are walking on thin ice. They need to be careful on every single action that they do dito sa mapang to. Oh, they're trying their best, I know. This tier 2 team has been showing that they deserve every single part of their victory. But Orgles have to push their boundaries na ngayon. This time, it's a short. It's as reminiscent to what they did in one of the previous rounds, but they don't have the best guns in the world this time around, and they know this. Kaya Cartier just holding the backside. Sama-sama lamang kasi alam nilang hindi niya nalabanan to. Nang naka-short range guns lamang, lalaban na sila with the smokes that they put down dun sa heaven. But because of the smoke doon sa loob ng site, hindi pa rin nila alam na nasa hell sila. Ngayon palang pipik si Kyle, but just so with the perfect lineup. They walk into his crosshair. They have the spike within their vicinity as well. And just like that, mga kaibigan, Carti Esports have locked in a final spot dito pa lang sa ating final stage. At grabe naman para sa Orgles, it was one of their best efforts, but Carti will advance.
Grabe yung naging play natin doon. It's been a while ever since we saw Cardi Esports, and you know what? That's a glow up.
Yeah.
If we ever see one. That team's been able to go through trials of fire from our previous qualifiers, and finally they've been able to go for really pristine state, no? Napakatindi na naging play nila doon to the point na all throughout the match, they have held their heads high. They've got the crown on their heads, and they've been able to command the side of Orgles onto what they should do and what they should not. And in this game, they lost so bad because how good our members here from Cardi Esports are. I really love how decisive they are. I really love how they just, you know, limit everything dito sa side ng Orgles natin, and they crumbled so hard under pressure.
Yeah, imagine that, no? And the best part about that was, it wasn't a perfect setup from them eh. Kasi even though they had a really good start dun sa attacking round, nakaka-bounce back pa rin eh yung Orgles, but they were quickly recovering sa mga rounds na kung saan sila natalo because
Yeah.
of the perfect patience that they've had, the discipline that this team offers to the table. And daming
It's all
mga
about
rounds
discipline, no?
where if they kick the tempo
Yeah,
to where they started, then they would have lost like a couple more rounds dito. They would have given a lot more windows for Orgles to capitalize. Pero because they were taking it slow, because they were taking it as calculated as possible, they were able to bounce back in those situations. They were able to make those 2v2s work. They were able to clutch a lot of very memorable moments. Kaya naging memorable na to para sa akin eh. It was so close for Orgles kasi ang daming mga opportunities where they could have actually gotten the momentum. But as quickly as that, Carty was able to shut it down before they even have the opportunity.
Definitely. And yun nga, it is pretty evident na medyo na-disorient. Di pala medyo, talaga na-disorient si Orgles during those few rounds, yung mga last few rounds natin. Kasi kung umpisa na nakita mo, meron talima eh. Alam ni Kurong
Ano yung
na yung
talima?
ginagawa. Parang talima, parang, alam mo yun, there is gonna be this certain na, parang nag-uusok na sila. Because alam nila na mukhang kaya naman nila. Like you see Corona, you see Dignified, how they've been able to actually gun down yung mga members natin dito from the side of Cardi Esports. Yun nga lang, walang epekto.
Yeah.
Cardi Esports is so resilient, their mental state is so stable to the point na, you know what, sige, kung ginaganyan na tayo, hayaan lang natin, and let's try to do this in our own way.
I mean, kung sumasayo yung coach mo, sino bang hindi may good vibes, di ba?
Hindi ko nga alam kung ano yung sinasabi ni Gano doon. Ni Gabo. Ay, sige po ba yun?
Ano, yung coach
Ganun
nila
siya eh.
si Hot Sauce? Si Hot Sauce yung coach
Ang
nila
gawa,
eh.
diba? Parang gawa ganun. Hindi ko
Okay.
malaman kung ano yung sinasabi during na nagka-clash. Si Gabo kasi yung nagde-defuse nun eh.
Sabagay.
But, yeah, it is gonna be, it's so interesting to see na these players from the side of Cardi Esports, you know what? If ginaganyo kami, gaganunin din namin kayo.
Tama. Turn the tables
Doble
on them.
pa.
Tama. You know, what goes around comes around. Nga naman para dito sa Orgles. But for Carty Esports, they have been deserving of their spot na ngayon and they're waiting for their next opponents. Pero mga kaibigan, the job is not done. Meron pa tayong isa pang semifinals matchup before we head into our final game. But before that, we'd like to thank our official sponsors for Predator League 2024, Predator Gaming, Intel, at Planet 9. Huwag kayong aalis dahil magbabalik ang Predator League 2024.
Player standing. Last player standing. Flawless. 30 seconds left. Spike planted. Give me this. Spike down. No chance. Standing. One enemy remaining.
There you go.
Last player standing. Spike down.
Just let them try. Your fault.
Spike down remaining. Spike down mid.
Revealing area. concentrates over.
You tried.
Spike down A.
With the Predator Helios 3D 15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
and everything in between. We are still your casters for this time around. It is Mochi and Ramon here, and we're currently in our second match. We're in Game Lab Alpha, and as well as, what's the name of the other team?
I believe esports.
I believe we're just gonna play right now.
I don't want to go to talk kasi usually I do the introductions, but Mochi really has the energy for it anyway. So good job. Nice.
So straightforward lang. Hello, ito yung teams.
Yeah, I believe gaming versus Game Lab, mga kaibigan. It's a battle of gamers, kumbaga. You know, gamers on both sides. Game Lab Alpha.
Yung isa, mga scientists. Yung iba, mga scholars.
Oh!
I'm wrong!
Yung iba, developers, tapos yung isa scholars, eh, no?
May lab,
Imagine.
tapos yung isa sa school.
Ay, tama. So, yun yung parang pinakatanong natin eh. Will experience and brains be the operation, or will it be, you know, ano pa meron sa Game Lab? They have like a ton of appearances sa lahat ng mga qualifiers. Well, hindi naman lahat, parang a lot. Hindi naman sila yung parang aim uno, di ba?
Actually, to be honest, parang we have seen na Game Lab Alpha started off quite strong.
Yeah.
But as the time goes by, parang medyo nagde-decline, medyo nagkakaroon ng regression. But let's see if they will come back stronger this time around, since we have seen malay mo, parang nag-accumulate na like, lahat ng sakit, lahat ng buot na convert nila into something, you know, productive and hope. And hopefully, we'll be able to see kung ano yung magiging difference nila. Like, if there will be some adjustments, considering that they have someone else to go for a stand-in player nga nila na si Lloyd Dream. So, yeah, kanina nga, parang, nakita ko yung post nila, parang tuwan-tuwa si Lloyd Dream na, ano yun? Nakikikapit bahay. Parang ganun yung term niya dun sa caption. Cannot remember so much. Pero, yeah, for Ivy League Gaming, who are these people?
Para siyang si no?
Interesting.
Para siyang si Kevin Durant nung lumipat siya from from hindi ko alam kung OKC ba, Oklahoma City, tapos lumipat siya sa Golden State para makasama na si Stephen Curry. That was the time that they won the championship. You know?
Yeah, literal nakapit bahay.
Kaya nga no?
Parang yun naman, sige, let's dito muna mag-overnight muna ako
Pero
sa kanila.
it's really funny, no? Pero that's us saying na parang nangapit bahay yung kaibigan natin. He is giving himself an opportunity every single time para magkaroon ng appearance at magkaroon ng chance para makapaglaro sa Predator League. Lalo na sa group stages natin, which the stakes are definitely higher than ever. Last seat na nga yung nagiging vacant na, mga kaibigan. So talagang napaka-importante na labang ito, lalo na sa pareho nating teams natin today. So that's the story for Game Lab Alpha, right? It's like a matter of resiliency dito. They've had issues in a lot of their qualifiers. They've always been known to be the aggressive players. Lalo na nung kasama si Fallex, lalo na nung magkaduo sila ng duelist na kasama niya ito si Boogie. Pero they've made a lot of adjustments all throughout like the qualifying stage. Like they went from the duelist comp, now they tried to give Boogie like the solo Reyna on the duelist.
They switched their roles too.
Si Fallex nag-try na gumamit na din ng Killjoy at one point. Now they went back to like what they can be used to, but it didn't work out entirely. So maybe a quick switch up would be what they needed so far. Fall X out, it will be Lloyd Jim as you mentioned, and he has been a consistent performer sa kahit anong team na hinahawakan niya dito. And all of the qualifiers, he has been a notable duelist para sa time nila, and now that he is given agad yung spot ni Fall X na ngayon as a stand-in, then he will make immediate impact. This is my prediction. Game Lab Alpha will go the distance, pero Ivy League Esports or Ivy League Gaming, in my opinion, will be a big question mark. Ano ba yung mga pwede nating i-expect sa kanila, di ba? They'll be the underdog, 100%.
Definitely. I mean, we're not sure din kasi kung sino yung mga tao na nandun sa Ivy League Gaming, you know? Kasi sometimes parang alam natin na, itong mga teams na to, parang di tayo aware. Pero pagdating sa drafting natin, there are some people familiar here.
Sila pala yung willing na gumamit ng Yorus Ascent.
Oh no! But, yun nga, parang andaing mga tuloy nga sa daing question marks, pero tsaka kung ganina, puro what if, ngayon may question marks naman. Diba? Since, how will Lloyd Dream impact the Game Lab Alpha now that he has been integrated into the team? How Ivy League Gaming will be playing on this one, since malayo ang kanilang narating, napunta sila sa semifinals, and it's the first time that we have been able to see them.
Yep.
Diba? So, kasi, when I saw the brackets from our previous qualifiers, I never saw their name.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither. So, yung parang ito yung pinaka-deep run na meron sila. And wouldn't it be exciting kapag yung first time na dumaan sa qualifier, tapos first time pa lang pumunta sa playoffs, first time pa lang makapunta dito sa semifinals, first time pa lang makakita sa broadcast, sila na agad
Group stage na
sumali
agad,
sa
no?
group stage. No? What a story that would be. Isa akong underdog at parang nag-smurf ako papunta sa
Angas mo
final
nun.
stage.
Parang nagano lang siya. Ano ba tawag dito?
Parang si Demon man lang no?
Oh, nag-surf up lang siya papunta sa
Yeah.
group stages na nag-skirt brum lang
Ginawa
siya.
niyang ramp yung,
dire-diretso.
yung pro play.
Oh, no traffic, no problem, stable na
Yeah.
stable ping.
Yeah. So this is where we
Diba?
set our expectations this time kasi we already have a idea about Game Lab's playstyle, but that was with Fall X as as their primary duelist, right? Now we take away Fall X, we put in Lloyd Dream, we have the consistency, we have the upper, but what does that also mean for the other players? Kasi they're more or less used to playing around Fall X, and we've seen how Lloyd Dream can play as well. He's more self-sufficient So ano yung magiging identity ng iba?
Definitely. I mean, I think it is gonna still be the same drill where Boogie is gonna be consistent. Kasi like what we have been able to discuss from previously na tulad na sinabi mo na one of the most consistent players
One of
din
them are
natin si
flexible
Boogie.
din.
Flexible and the most consistent players natin dito from the side of Game Lab na Alpha si Boogie, and then their initiator as well. What's his name? Yung Sova player nila has been pretty good then in addressing and pulling off some calls na definitely necessary in order to meet the victory here on their end.
That's true, that's true. You know, imagine, no? Boogie has been playing like 3-4 different agents. Dito pa lang sa qualifier natin. He used like a jet at the first game dun sa Pearl. Gumamit siya ng Killjoy at one point. Then binigay niya yung Killjoy kay Aeonix, tapos siya naman yung
Ayun, si
nag-jet.
Aeonix.
Oh, si Aeonix yung parang naging flex din nila.
Yeah.
Uses yung Killjoy at saka yung Sova at one point. And it's like a culmination of all of those experience that has led to them being a part of their last chance to qualify for the group stages right now. And the question of if they are able to qualify is a question that will be answered right here, right now. As we head on into the draft, mga kaibigan, it will be the double initiator comp for the side of Game Lab Alpha. They definitely will put all of their trust dito kay Lloyd Dream, who has taken the reins on the duelist role. For the other side, Ivy League. Well, this is the first time we're gonna see these names and these players, no? The only thing that
Vipora
the only thing
is
that I'm
familiar.
really familiar with them is si Vipora tsaka si Moriarty. They've been players on tier 2 players around VCT. And with a very interesting lineup like this, it's almost as identical to what Zol Esports has played. Double controller comp with the Viper being one of their primary picks. Always putting the early wall dun sa may A-long just so they could deny info.
I love their names then, by the way. Parang napaka-elegant din dating. Anyways,
Para sila naka-uniform na naglalaro.
para silang mga naka-coat and tie. Yung vibe ng mga names nila. Just, I don't know, parang natutuwa lang. We have Calamitous, sheesh. We have Zeta.
Ang ganda ng mga IGN no?
Diba, no? And then sa Chuchu, parang familiar to kasi meron kaming officer sa org na Chuchu yung IGL. Mamaya siya pala yun, Charinis. Pero, yeah, we have Haven Map once again and we are well aware kung ano ang na-offer ng isang Haven Map.
Defaults.
Overpower each other. All for defaults. Ano pa ba?
Mind games.
Mind games. Ano yung mga flanks natin, hindi mo alam kung saan nanggagaling at kailan pa siya nandun, diba?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Oh
man,
my.
this is gonna be a lot to unpack.
A lot, definitely. A lot of expectations to be set for Game Lab Alpha with a little bit of a hint of a question mark kung paano mag-fit in si Lloyd Dream dito. Nakita natin sa mga screenshots niya around his scoreboard that he was one of the top players on their team. So, with that translates dito sa laban natin on the broadcast is one to be questioned later on. Para dito sa Ivy League Gaming. Now, the question is, how will they perform under an environment where you're playing up against one of the top teams sa PH. You're playing up against a big brand that is Game Lab Alpha. They have been performing consistently on the VCT stage. And this is one of the first times that I've seen a team like Ivy League Gaming step up against them. This is the only time that they need to step up. This is the only time that they need to show initiative. If they lose this chance, then they don't have any other chances para lumaban sa group stages natin. Papasok tayo sa Haven, mga kaibigan. Game Lab Alpha versus Ivy League. Let's head on in towards the T side where the underdogs will be the ones starting off.
Parang pinangunahan na nga rin natin no? wall agad sa C-site natin ang nilabag dito ni Moriarty. And definitely, this is going to be really interesting because Game Lab Alpha still doesn't know, or let's say na hindi pa sila fully aware kung paano
Magtropa pala sila.
whereabouts or roundabouts dito ni Ivy League. So, man, this is gonna be really interesting for us to see. A lot of new things, a lot of potential happenings, but it's quite difficult to expect anything kasi it might be a hit or miss, to say the least.
Interesting. Early usage of the poison orb all the way from C-Long after gamitin din yung wall. So, they are well aware na may util dun sa C, pero agad na agad nilang nakita from the Omen na hindi sila magko-commit agad. So, ngayon palang papasok ang Ivy League. They have all the new ideas agad from the map itself, but they still give all the information to Game Lab as they rotate as fast as possible. But then again, they got the spike anyway, landed
Spike
on
planted.
A. Very creative way to actually start off ang round. Wala pang namamatay pero dito pa lang sila magpupull ng trigger as Game Lab Alpha will try to trick first blood. Papasok again! But I feel like they have put themselves in a trap! Owen, Cutie, and Boogie, they get dismantled immediately by their setup. What is that creativity? The patience that they got dito sa pag-start pa lang. It has worked so far and it is gonna be that first point para sa Ivy League.
Alam ko sa ibang laro to, but they have been snarled.
Wow.
They walk into that trap, like literally every single one here has been able to occupy every single angle dito, cover up for each other for the side of Ivy League, and they've been able to finish that round ever so smoothly.
Yeah, CT has been locked away. They also have Evan on control. And even without the smoke, they were given an open opportunity.
Wonderful, no? What's gonna happen here? It seems like really promising itong constituents natin from the side of Ivy League. But mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng aggression dito from the side of Game Lab Alpha. And they just walked into
Spike
all of
down
the
mid.
members here from the side of Ivy League. Si Chuchu lang naman yung nagpa-pop off dito, getting 4K already. And they might give him the ace possibly. But let us see if that would be their ball. They still focused on prioritizing the objective rather than hunting this remaining member down. Pero kasi no choice din naman si Owen Cutie dito kundi
Spike planted.
ibigay yung kanyang sarili, ialay yung sarili niya dito from the side of Ivy League.
Look, take a look at the player camps on Ivy League. They're all kids. They're all just having fun.
Yeah.
Choo is the death train that we never expected, but
Eto
one
na.
that we needed. Ngayon na, nag-iinit ang attacking side pa lang ng Ivy League. He has started off with a 4K and is in the run for the ace. He's taking this as slowly and as calmly as possible, and that's a good sign as a duelist para kay Choo. A bright future for this guy. And he might actually cap it off with one of the best aces that we've had dito sa Premier League. He isn't trying to fish out that last frag. It's not required. But it is a nice thing to have if you are starting off against Game Lab Alpha. So OwenQT, papakain na lang sa spike with one of their breakout performances. It does go down. So if mamatay siya sa spike, does that mean it's an ace?
Nah, hindi yan
I don't
atake.
No.
But, parang dito na nga pumapasok din yung sinabi nating tema kanina, no? Those who got the experience or those who have the foundational knowledge. So from what we have seen here from Chuchu pa lang kasi, what we have exerted here, sige sabihin na natin na napaka-vulnerable lang din kasi ni Game Lab Alpha doon. Ako personally, hindi ko magagawa yun kahit nakatalikod sila eh. So I feel like that's still such a big thing for them. And so far, they've been able to stand tall.
Yeah, I mean, who would expect the Jet over at that double box din naman, di ba? You usually would swing around the corner, and yun yung tinitingnan nila. Kaya namatay yung mga players nila. Already held down by the headshot, Choo trying to work around himself doon sa ating garage. Gives the window back towards that C position for Ivy League. Well, Game Lab Alpha take the passive approach. Binigay na agad yung site. They have all the weapons in the world para i-contend for the retake as they wait for the smokes to dissipate. But as they do, the time is ticking.
Time is ticking indeed, and we still have no casualties as of the moment, pero baka mamaya babagi ko. Ayun, nagkakitaan sila dito sa may garage area. Ionic and as well as Zeta is going to be the kills here from both sides of the team's immediate trades, which is definitely wonderful to see. But there's still a lot of people here dito sa site natin, definitely being blocked here by the dark covers, pero ayan na nga, nagkakitaan na sila ng oras na wala yan. Nagsisipin ka daw, nakikita na nila. It's already 1v2, and it is going to be Lloyd Jim, the reigning person here, who will try and offer the defuse, but I don't think there is going to be enough time left, and despite the sidelines, Moriarty will be able to get them all out 3-0 at lang habas na pinagpapatay ni Ivy League yung mga miyembro to, but yun, at the same time, and namatay na sila sa spike.
Nagkasaluhan lang sila sa pagtakbo pabalik ng silang. But you know what? That's just one con that I've seen pa lang from Ivy League. All the pros outweighed ang lahat ng nakita ko from their defense. Talagang pag nakuha nila yung site, hindi sila nag-hold lamang sa isang corner. Talagang babalik sila from 2 points on the entry. Balik on silong yung dalawa. Tapos may tatlo na nag-hold all the way from garage. The split push means that Game Lab, they have no choice but to fight off yung dalawang. Pwede na lang i-entrada. At kaya namamatay sila dahil hindi laging guaranteed yung kanilang mga plays. So talagang good job for Ivy League. Game Lab Alpha forced to make a decision, a proactive choice to push on towards that mid-bottom position. They finally will deal itong si Owen Cutie na kanina pang nag-hold over at that A-short position. Aeonix supporting yung likod ni Dreech as they try to connect yung mid-shot position, but as Ivy League get the open A site after patayin si Owen Cutie, they're just salvaging everything. Talagang walang hirap para sa Ivy League na kunin yung spike dito. As Game Lab Alpha looked so lost dito, they tried their best. And they try to retake this time around, drop into heaven before with the lineup. It's all looking so bleak for Game Lab as they get a flawless victory. It's as Guinness as that, pare.
Grabe, bro. Parang napapashish ka na lang. So crazy, bro. Kasi, these people from the side of Ivy League, parang nakikita natin na parang napaka-mechanical nila gumalaw. It seems like they know they have a foundation, they go for textbook stuff, but at the same time, napaka-knowledgeable nila sa mga agents na gamit nila to the point na para silang AI, pre.
Wow. Uy, di naman. Hindi naman.
Especially kay Chuchu, kasi tignan mo ng 10-0-1.
Okay. Here's like a better way to like put it. Like they're playing with confidence. They're playing in the utmost expectation that this is the last time that they will be able to have an opportunity.
They're giving it their all.
It's like they're playing like it's the last time na maglalaro sila ever ng Valorant.
Which is a good mindset to have,
Diba? Exactly. So if they're gonna die tomorrow, then we are gonna play today. Game Lab, put on notice. Playing the passive angles na lang all the way from that CT position. And if you look at that, they gave the window for the lurking position agad para sa Killjoy. But Owen Cutie has given himself up doon sa taas ng double box natin na hindi pa nakiklear ng Ivy League. Hinihintay niya. He held his nerve. He tries to spray on 3, but he only gets a double. The perfect time to use that concuss sana for Dreech, but in the end, they got more than what they bargained for.
They are gonna creep onto our C-site momentarily and attempt to salvage this situation 2v4, and it is going to be a really good one considering na may control sila dito sa C-site natin, pero sa oras na
30
ma-activate
seconds left.
ang alarm bot na yan, matik sila ay pupuntahan ng mga member natin dito from the side of Game Lab Alpha. It is going to be 20 seconds left here. They will put the spike down sa C-site natin, pero what are the odds na ipapanalo nila ito? Wala na dito ang kanilang shining armor kanina, but mukhang may
Nakiklear!
align pa nga yun! It is just Aeonix just
Out of charges.
clean them. Ganun kabilis. Ilang shots lang yun, pre, tatlo.
The hesitation just kicking in agad for Ivy League. And they were doing so good so far. But it was all for not Owen Cutie.
Binati ko kasi, dapat wala di ko sinabi.
What a time to step up for the IGL, using the space given to him because they were back on the mid default. Ivy League punished because of that. And not looking both ways. Hindi pa nga nila na-expect eh. Even I wouldn't expect if they actually try to push on in that position. Tapos perfect na perfect yung concuss for him. If only it came a little bit sooner, then I would have seen an ace. Imagine that for Owen Cutie.
Truly. But, meron tayong mga na-adjust dito in terms of the utilities na inalalapag ng Ivy League. And we are about to see if there will be so many casualties as of the moment kasi napakalalim na ng mga positioning natin dito for the side of Game Lab Alpha. They are really denying them from entering dito sa A site natin.
na-spot
And
yung
also, meron na yung mga spot dito with the Trailblazer as well. But ngayon, mukhang hindi sila aware na si Chuchu nasa garage area na. Kailangan nila mag-ingat dito. They've been able to get the reckoning already. But mukhang masisimulan nila ito. Already, Aeonix down. Nasusundan pa with the Seekers assisting him. And we are seeing the bodies on the floor dito sa C-site natin. They've been able to put the spike down already. At ngayon, Sana lang may iwan dito, and that's going to be Owen Cutie just gonna creep onto the C site natin. 1v4, really difficult. May utilities pa siyang magagamit dito, but will he get the most
Here.
out of it?
Yeah. Tries to actually use it over at C long para mapatay agad yung Viper. Before, definitely none the wiser this time around, so they just hold their positions. And look at how fast it was for Ivy League to bounce back after a brutal round from Game Lab, diba? Just going back to the basics. Tamang contact play lamang. Tamang gamit lamang ng smoke over towards that garage position. As they take down the IGL of Game Lab, they're back to their winning ways. A perfect time for Game Lab to reset back up. A timeout called by Breach. And this is a time to talk through kasi you have been noticing that it has always been holding W na naging strat para dito sa mga players on Ivy League, di ba? And it's all supported by perfectly placed utility. Early usage of the wall over towards garage window. That means that they're not gonna be thinking about garage window anyway, so they have full control over what they're trying to set their goal on. C-site plan, C-site execute, clear every corner. Kahit nag-push pa rin sa silong, eh, makukuha pa rin nila yung lurk eh. Kaya, ang bawat sikot ay nabuhos na agad ng time at dedication galing dito sa Ivy League. It's like every stone is unturned. Chine-check nila lahat. Alam nila kung ano yung kailangan gawin.
How I want to think of this naman is that they go and opt for a plan and execute it ng sobrang dikit doon sa kung ano yung napag-usapan. To the point na pagka nagawa nila yon eh hindi na nag-work, they'll resort to another. May plan B sila. And at the same time, ito yung nangyayari ngayon, they've been able to resort and change the positioning of their roles, yung preconditions nila dito in entering a site. And it is evident from Befora pa lang, or kay Moriarty, no? So, it is just gonna be deadly dito for Game Lab Alpha kasi napakadaling kausap nito ni Ivy League.
Yeah.
Let's go for this plan. Let's go for this one. Pagka nag-work out, mag-stick tayo doon. Pagka hindi nag-work out, lipat tayo sa iba. Let's try to change things up. And then, Game Lab Alpha, mukhang hindi sila nakakasunod dito for
Yeah.
Slight.
It definitely helped their cause then that they had yung reckoning na note nga naman ni Mochi habang nag-execute pa lang sila doon sa C. They're not able to hold their positions kaya nag-kick in yung panic for Game Lab Alpha. At this time, they go back to their default positions. Lloyd Dream holding the angle over a short. He spots out the barrel. Tries to get a 1v1 kill against Calamitas. But it is around a long where they need to aggress. Pasok si Chuchu. Almost getting the dink off. Papunta kay Owen Cutie, but Lloyd Dream had his back. Making it a 1 versus 1 trade-off laban sa Owen Cutie Omen. And I think they got the better half of it kasi wala na silang smoker. They could just push every single time without having the hesitation dahil meron silang smoker, a Onyx, all the way from downtown. At least nahanap niya yung lurker, upgrades up to a Vandal. They never expect na magpupush pa rin si Onyx after that. But they decide to go back to a reset in the making.
But until when nila hindi
30
makikita to sa
seconds left.
Onyx, and before they even know it, baka meron ng mga mamamatay sa kanila dito from the side of Ivy League. This is really crucial. And they are just gonna go and move dito sa A-site natin, pero wala silang choice kundi harapin lahat ng mga tao na nakatira dito sa A-site natin. They're just gonna hold their ground
One
here.
enemy
Lloyd G,
remaining.
mukhang may mga napapatay na.
Spike
Kada
down
isa,
A.
si Boogie, isa pa. And ngayon, 5 seconds left. I don't think that they've got enough time to put the spike down here and execute or push into the site any further, and just like that, Game Lab Alpha will secure the second point for this match.
While I respect the idea of using the contact play doon sa may A, para ma-surprise sila, diba? Kasi alam nila na there will be a 50-50 chance that they will not move an inch, a muscle, while still holding that A site after they aggress, diba?
Down A.
And the fact that they had the insurance policy, which we've been talking about them, they had like a lot of backup plans to work with if the initial plan doesn't work out, and natanggal na din yung insurance.
Yeah, they've got that info din kasi from Onyx na, you know what, sige, mga pre, I'll just hold dito sa bandang window natin
Yeah,
sa mid
diba?
area, and I'll just tell kung merong mga footsteps na nagbabalak mag-rotate sa C, which undoubtedly hindi na nila gagawin
Yeah.
because they're already running out of time, di ba?
Yeah, I dig that, you know. Like they have their back, so they have their communication na after nila kunin yung nasa B, then they have a choice to either tulungan yung mga nasa A site o kaya ako na lang yung magpupush para sa kanila. It made them work out what they were lacking in the last few qualifiers, diba? They were decisive with their
sir.
calls this time around. But it is a time for them to do it kung kailan sobrang kailangan nilang gawin ito. Timeout called agad para sa Ivy League, which worked out para sa game lab kanina. If you recall, it was not that far ago kung kailan nag-time out pa lang yung game lab. Ayun, mukhang ang Ivy League naman ang magtatry na mag-reset dito. Ano pa yung magiging split nila? Meron pa rin silang alarm bot or actually a turret to hold around that A-long position. So that means hindi sila magpupush doon. They can still have their default around that mid position. Have the Viper try to negate any sort of pressure on that C-long kasi kanina pang nagpupush yung iba from game lab. So back to the default. So talagang hold na lang, passive as ever. Aeonix, being a disciplined player that he is, just trying to hold yung Omen smoke na ginawang one-way galing kay Omen Cutie. They have all the necessary tools and utility para ma-hold on the default. Pero para dito sa Ivy League, it has always been around playing the contact, playing yung push, hold W, but they haven't pulled the trigger now. But they will now that they have fully committed everyone doon sa C-long that Owen Cutie has to deal with.
Definitely, I just really like din yung attitude ng Game Lab Alpha dito at the current time, how disciplined they are, how they are playing for contact, how they are playing every single nook and cranny na nagiging entrada dito from the side of Ivy League. And now it's already a 4v4.
God.
Naku,
Oh
yun
my
nga lang,
God.
si Moriarty nagpa-pop up, something that they never expected ever before. And he is going to clear these people out. Dalawa na naiwan dito pero si Lloyd din tumatabaho. Talagang pinapatulan niya yung Ivy League dito. Kung nagpa-pop up ka, magpa-pop off din ako. 1v2, he is about to put the spike down, not within his reach. Mukhang hindi niya ito makukuha. Nakaabang lang dito si Lloyd Dreams and just like that, nako, winalis si Zeta.
Exchanging multi-frags after multi-frags, mga kaibigan. If Moriarty was the hero for Ivy League, the villain of Game Lab was Lloyd Dream, the stand-in para sa Game Lab Alpha. But Moriarty pulling this out is a good sign for them kasi we have more aggressive players if mawawala si Chuchu dito. The adjustment from that first kill all the way towards the platform position is a sign that he has been playing Game Labs all along, mga kaibigan. He has warmed up. And he is on one today. 3-5 para sa score. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game for you all. Game Lab Alpha
Spike carriers down.
trying to hold back everything.
Ooh.
Ginamit yung Hunter's Fury para ma-fish out si Calamitous. And that's one smoker down, but they still have the Viper to work with through.
Ito na yung magiging risk dito for the side of Ivy League. How can they be independent of Chuchu? Kasi kanina pa nagpa-pop up si Chuchu, kanina pa siya nag-free ng space, nagkukuha ng mga frags, but ngayon na napuput down na siya kaagad ng mga members natin from Game Lab Alpha, talagang inuuna na siya, how would they be able to adjust on this one? Kasi hindi lang naman pwede na si Chuchu lang tumatrabaho. I mean, they've got their utilities then as well. So it is going to be really beneficial for them na kahit wala si Moriarty, wala to si Chuchu, they will be able to end this on this one. But now, mukhang nagkaroon na sila magandang entrada dito sa A-site natin. Nagkarinigan na at hindi na shutdown pa. 4v4, pantay naman silang lahat. Pero mukhang wala nang mag-aabang dito sa flank natin dahil napatumba na nila itong si Owen Cutie. They will rotate dito sa C-site natin just about now. Pero this is going to be really crucial kasi si Aeonix na naman nandito. Alam naman natin
30
din kung
seconds
ano yung pwedeng may offer ni Aeonix in terms of defense. The lockdown is already been activated there. We'll try to hinder them from putting the spike up. Pero may counter din itong kalaban natin from Ivy League. So this is going to be really bad on their end. Madedelay sila. Nilapagan pa ng Viper Spit. This is a huge amount of investment here for the side of Ivy League. And hopefully, this is gonna be worth it.
Yeah, they used yung Viper Spit para makover nila yung sarili nila. They still needed to try to take care of the site, but they finally will deal with Moriarty. Just as easy as that, Lloyd Dream packing up a double. Hinahanap na lang nila si Juju, and the operator will be dead in a matter of seconds. Aeonix taking care of Juju himself. The train has finally called its last destination as Game Lab Alpha will take care of business. As easy as that. Ang smooth ng transaction. Talagang in exchange ang parehong ultis from the Killjoys themselves. But the fact remains that once they had the perfect angle all the way from that C position, mapapatay yung napaka-importanting miyembro na si Moriarty. The cover that they needed, all negated because of the spray from Lloyd Dream. And all the way from B, sobrang safe ng Soba para mapatay si Calamitous na backup plan sana ng Ivy League Gaming.
That's definitely the downside of having a centralized defense din, you know. The Viper Spit has been immediately dissipated, lalo-lalo na napatay nila si Moriarty, and they're quite unknowledgeable kung paano nila ma-address yon because yun nga, they relied on that Viper's Pit so much to the point na yun nga, the moment it dissipated, they are quite lost on what they should do. But now, they are at the A site, bilis ang kanilang entry, and they've been able to give this away dito for the side of Ivy League. Game of Alpha will just take their time into opting for a retake, and hopefully may makuha din sila mga pick-offs dito in the process of doing so.
They don't have a lurk, so talagang they're all trapped inside of A, although it is one of the hardest sites to retake. And all counts on how they're able to defend yung CT position dito. So Vipora forced to push in towards the site. Lloyd Dream starting off really well para sa claim ng Game Lab, but they try to fight back. Chuchu will get the double, but Reach all the way from heaven will drop all the damage through towards Ivy League. It was an eventful battle. We have seen bodies falling left and right all the way from backside, but at the end of things, it was Reach that they needed to save the round with. They got the operator. They can still use that para sa Game Lab. But oh my, Ivy League had a very, very nice post plan by the end of things. They forced themselves na i-hold it yung napaka-close angles. Kaya nahirapan yung Game Lab. Nag-trade na agad gamit sa judge pa lang ni Chuchu na hindi pa na-check. Pero ngayon pa lang kung kailan lumabas si Dreach. A well-placed round for Game Lab, but a very expensive outcome, to say the least.
Parang literal na ginayig, no, ni nung Breach natin, yung mundo sa A-site natin. Tumilapon lahat, nilindol yung mga members natin here for the side of Ivy League, and their empire is about to crumble. That is, if they won't be able to be resilient enough because they're still trying to opt for some executes. They rushed into Lloyd Dream, and Chuchu has been able to clean it up. But 3v4, Rolling Thunder, mukhang inaabangan ata ni Dritch yung tamang oras na pagcast na to. Yun na nga kanyan nilapag. And he are not gonna be able to put the spike down yet dito sa A site natin. Marami pa naman silang oras. They can try and rotate if ever they would try and attempt to do so. Pero nako, hindi ata expected Dritch na may dalawa na nandun sa sulok. And this is gonna be an opportunity for them to pursue the A site further. And definitely will try to secure some heads or two. But Game of Alpha, they're not backing down. 2v3, they are about to push on this one. But may harang dito. They had to calm their heads down.
Yeah, they have to hold their nerve. They already have the sight for themselves. Game Lab Alpha, na-force na agad yung disadvantage in numbers. Falling on the CT push. Aeonix making his move, already making his mark. Nag-double peek na sila. And it's all on the last one. Pero napatay pa nga agad. Galing kay Zeta. With his perfect patience, they popped off. Ivy League Gaming, they resetted everything pakatapos ng paggamit ng Rolling Thunder. Pero it was not the end all be all dahil nung napatay pa lang yung nasa loob ng site, the operator was down. It was one of the difference makers para sa kanilang defense. At kahit hindi nila na-cover yung Heaven, they didn't need to look at that anyway. It was a hard-fought victory para dito sa Ivy League. But if you look at the numbers, they can still try to fight back in terms of their economy. May pera pa rin ang Game Lab, kaya kailangang maging worth it yung magiging round na to. Binigyan pa rin ng operator tong si Lloyd Dream. And if ever that falls, then that A site's looking as wide as ever, but buti na lang may default pa rin sila.
And once again, there's a lot of blockages na nilalapag dito on the side of Ivy League. And they might commit dito sa C-side natin. Pero mukhang nadaplisan ng mga bala itong si Dritch, which is a call for them to offer a hold dito sa C-side natin, offer a safe spot, but at the same time, enough to try and gun them down if ever na mag-commit sila dito. There's still a minute here, but mukhang dito na sila magkakommit. Chuchu has been able to clear every single nook and cranny dito sa C-side natin, pero sadyang nag-iingat na rin sila. Seekers natin, reckoning natin nila pag na really good combination of ultimates here, and they've been able to clear the side out. It is about the time for them to put the spike down.
Malaysia in duty, so no paranoia for the next 15 seconds as they're holding their nerve, waiting for their leader to come to the fray para mas madali yung magiging 5 versus 5 retake for Game Lab Alpha. They're ready for the war. They know that they can conquer, but that is on the execution itself. Perfect timing for the concuss. However, Ivy League Gaming rely on Vipora. 4 kills in the round, and it's all on Owen Cutie, but the savior has fallen to the ground. 5-7, ladies and gentlemen. It has been the underdogs that have been showing their marks of Predator League Leg 8 qualifiers. Ivy League Gaming, always so reliable sa post-plant positions. And it has been all set and done after nila i-mark yung presence nila all the way from C-site. At talagang sa sobrang late ni Owen Cutie, hindi niya nagamit yung paranoia.
This is it, guys. This is what we are waiting for. Ivy League has been able to establish themselves up na hindi lang sila dapat dumidepende kay Chuchu, hindi man lang sila dapat dumidepende kay Moriarty, pero lahat sila, we are seeing some executions already. You know, kahit na Calamitous KDA is not gonna save that much, there is still a lot of utilities na talagang nakakapitalize on ng Ivy League. Game of Alpha, you are seeing some hiccups from here and there from Owen Cutie. Specifically, yun nga, lagi siyang nadedelay in terms of rotations. I'm not quite sure why, but I feel like, yun nga, mukhang gusto talaga nilang bumawi ngayon. Owen will be able to get the first blood for our second half, and it is about time for them to push further dito sa A-site natin kung magpapagdedesisyonan man nila. But they are gonna hold their horses here and try to think more rationally.
Good thing that they were able to take care of Chuchu dito because that train already found his last destination. 5 versus 4, mga kaibigan. Ang defense ng Ivy League all but crumbled, di ba? Meron pa rin naman silang defaults. Para sa nag-over-rotate na agad yung tatlo, so that means it's an open garage. It's very well stacked B-site, pero for C, that is where they can rely on Zeta. And, you know, this kid has a bag of tricks, di ba? He puts or separates 2 of his util on other points, not on where he is holding. Talagang doon sa may garage, meron siyang turret. Tapos meron pa siyang alarm bot doon sa may B. Pero para sa game lab, it's all about reset, all about timing. Pero buti na lang at nag-commit pa rin yung Ivy
30
League.
seconds left.
Not moving an inch. Vefora shutting them down. Calamitous will follow through with a
One
second,
enemy remaining.
combining para dito sa defense. But for game lab, it has always been holding W
Spike
all along.
planted.
They tried their best to reset, and this becomes their positive outcome.
1v3. This is gonna be pretty difficult for Zeta. Let's see if you'll be able to segregate these members from the side of Game Lab Alpha. Mukhang magkakaroon na tayo ng crossfire position here, which is gonna be really difficult for him to work with. And definitely Owen QT will be able to get him out of the picture. 6-7, really close match so far. And we have seen na parang ano to no? Tema na or laban ng mga ng unstoppable force versus the immovable object that is Game Lab Alpha.
Parang ano parang nanonood ako ng wrestling match. Tapos both of the strongest wrestlers combining into what must be a melee of the century.
Parang nilalampaso lang nila yung isa't isa.
Kaya nga
But at the same time, tumatayo din sila agad.
Nagpapataasan ng ihi no?
Parang ano lang sila no? Parang they're just doing what the most that they can. And so far, you can say na Game of Alpha, they're more on the methodical approach here. They've got more structure for Ivy League. May plan sila, they're mechanical, but at the same time, is napaka-chaotic nila gumalaw.
Isn't that like the contrast to what we've been used to for Game Lab? Kasi ngayon pa lang tayo nakakita ng kung kailan hindi sila nagdo-double duelist.
Diba?
Or if maglalaro sila ng hindi double duelist, hindi pang double duelist yung kanilang, pang double duelist yung galaw nila sa mga team comps na meron sila, even if hindi double duelist. Sana nagets ng viewers. Pero ang ibig ko sabihin, they're not playing like the same Game Lab that they played before. They are playing at
And a different identity.
tama, parang matured na yung kanilang approach to the game. Hindi na sila nagre-rely sa Jet at saka Reyna combo. Now they've matured with a double initiator comp that has been working out for the attack so far. Talagang tamang bawi na lang dito against Ivy League. We do see the maturity from Dreech at saka kay Boogie. And I've told you, this duo has been working out so well. If your duelist has all the confidence in the world, sana lang na kaya niya mag-catch up against Chuchu because this guy has been so polished as a duelist so far dito sa laban na to. And he's like, what? 18, 17 years old lamang? Imagine that.
There's a lot of prodigies ngayon sa scene. So, this is gonna be wonderful if ever that they've been able to flourish in the long run dito sa pro scene natin, the locally, or kahit internationally, no? If they get the chance to do so. But,
Pagka pumunta sila sa APAC Premier League, that's like an international league na.
parang ang tindi naman ata ng debut nila. Parang El Grande kung El Grande, di ba? But, from here, from what we're seeing, these two Jets has been so unstoppable so far. Si Juju, nakita naman natin, napakatindi niya talaga mag-execute. Parang kung saan siya napupunta. Parang siyang si Flash, no? Sa isang side, makikita mo, he's just in one corner and then it's quite the opposite of the other later on, just in a few matter of seconds. For Legend naman, he's more on the objective approach, diba? And we have seen it na...
Team player, kumbaga.
He's more of a team player here, but at the same time, hindi nawawala yung talim niya.
Oo nga eh. Talagang sinking his teeth in every single time that he has an opportunity to do so. So for Game Lab, all about the patience play yet again. Same as well for Ivy League Gaming. Holding the same site. All the eyes on the same entrance. At this point, you can feel the goosebumps. Talagang, you can feel the nervousness on the room. Everybody's just having a good time, but they know it's on the line. This is your last shot para makapasok ka sa group stages ng Predator League 2023. For Game Lab Alpha, it has been the dream for them. But they're walking into a trap of Ivy League. A double stack with the Jet falling to the ground, but that was the bait all along. They haven't cleared that tong si Moriarty. They don't know about the shorty. Si Zeta, babalik na agad. Dahil Game Lab Alpha, they haven't talked about yung garage control Aeonics. A mole inside of garage na hindi pa nare-respeto ng Ivy League. A triple for Aeonics. A 1v4. But Zeta has the perfect gun for this. Kaso, 4 na Spectre ang kalaban niya.
A good thing here for Zeta is that meron na siya nakuhang Vandal dito. So just in case that he can get a few pickups here from the side of Game Lab Alpha, it would be able to benefit him so much. But ngayon, malalapitan nito to, at monetary na dahil hindi niya mapapatama yung kanyang shorty dito dahil pangungunahan na tsaka agad ni Aeonics. 7-7?
Pare, nasan yung Vandal, pare?
Diba? Saan kaya napunta to? Parang napag-decision na din, yung what? Parang hindi ko masasave to. So, babato ko na lang para di nila mapakinabangan.
Oh, the next level play.
Ano no, like, basadong-basado yun.
Yeah. Sige, kung wala akong Vandal mamaya, edi kayo din. Boom. Yan.
Ano kala nyo, papakinabangan to?
You just wasted money, bro.
Diba?
Just unfortunate. But at the same time, they needed that. Oh, Lloyd Dream peeking into 2 Vandals. He never expected that. They thought that they were going to play the passive game. No, we just want to get the site for ourselves. Ivy League, they will try to make their mark dito. Try to outseat ang Game Lab Alpha. They do so with a double push over at that B main position. After the reset, they give Game Lab all the options in the world. You could take a B, you could aggress onto a crossfire that is set up by Ivy League, or you can take Garage. As easy as that, a walk in the park. Seduce that idea. Make sure that Game Lab Alpha are all and welcome to take Garage dahil meron din kaming crossfire sa loob ng C-site.
Ready sila. If ever man na may mga makita sila dito, mga artists, just gonna place his crosshair, mag-iintay lang siya dyan. Kung sakali mang may maglalakad dyan, diba?
And the best part about this is even if meron silang C-long push, that's the worst place to be. Kapag galing ng C-long, hindi mo alam na merong crossfire. Ngayon pa lang nila malalaman.
Oh, but napakaganda ng wall na inalapag dito ng Game Lab Alpha. But
maganda pa talaga. Hindi nila alam!
What you see here, hindi pala nila alam. Never mind, it is the opposite of what I've been able to say because every single one, they capitalize on that wall. Wala silang pakialam. And they've been able to shut every single member coming from Game Lab Alpha here down.
2 crossfires on 2 sides of the map. Over at B, kung saan they had the option to aggress, but they were scared after yung aggressive peek onto the B site itself. So babalik na lang sila to the default. Garage was open for the longest time, and if they would have coordinated that with the C-long push, then they would have dealt with the Logs player. Kaso hindi pala nila napapatay yung plat, so talagang ang hirap ma-dismantle, lalo na't may wall na nakakover dun sa Logs.
Napakatindi rin mag-isip dito ni Ivy League ng mga traps, no?
Oo.
Like, they know their setups ever so well. They've been
scholar
able
sila
to
eh.
predict it. Kanina pa, di ba mga scholar kasi? No, parang basado na nila kung ano yung mga kailangan gawin dito, yung mga pasikot-sikot. Pero yun nga lang, merong mga nanggagaling sa smoke dito. Ivy League, every single one, Befora and Zeta worked hand in hand into gunning every single one here. But the side of Game of Alpha, flawless lang naman. You know what? Other understand that na yung strength dito ni Ivy League na mag-plan ng mga ganong mga circumstances and just wait for their opponents to walk into it. Gustong gusto ko kung paano sila nagme-mental reset every single round.
Diba? Parang
wala
hindi
lang
sila
sa kanila.
na-double pick eh. Parang hindi sila na-line up kanina, diba?
Parang no regrets.
Yeah.
Parang wala silang pakalam na ito yung nangyari before. O ano naman?
Parang kada round gumigising silang ibang tao.
Diba? Para silang mga, ano pa to, mga empty vessels who are ready to be filled up again in whatever man yung mangyayari sa mga rounds na nakukuha nila. It's just really awesome to see Ivy League thriving. Note it, everyone, na underdog team ito dito sa current na story natin. Game Alpha, medyo nagsastruggle sila kung paano nila i-adjust to. And kasama pa nila si Lloyd Dream.
Yeah, well at least they have one good news and that's Garage is open after mapatay nila itong si Vipora. No Seekers. They don't need to kill any cabbages. Dito pa lang sa ating 5 versus 4 Ivy League. Again with the crossfire over at that B site. Still have Game Lab rely on Owen QT to give the info and he is convinced that the kid on backside is still holding his nerve. So what is the plan here? Smoke off again yung Heaven at CT. Try to overwhelm the guy. Try to re-aggress onto him. Zeta has been caught at the recon. Is not enough kasi buhay na buhay pa rin ang mag-iisa and he will fight him off. Talagang pasok pa lang doon kay Aeonix at hindi pa siya nasa spot dahil the Viper's wall is doing a really good job of trying to
30
secure his
seconds left.
position. Hindi pa nila nakiklear yung backside. Hindi pa nila napupush yung mga nasa CT. Talagang holding their nerve, taking their time at dalawa na agad yung nasa likod nila. How can they do this? Kasi na-sandwich na agad ang Game Lab. They fight their situation out of it. Dalawa agad sa Game Lab. Yung Sheriff ang nakakapatay. At 2 versus 1, the rifles are not doing enough.
Chuchu, 1v2 in a crosshair position. Nah, he won't be able to address that. Thrifty round dito for the side of K-Lab Alpha. Maganda na sana yung pagpasok ni Ivy League dito for the retake their position. But sadly, hindi siya entirely enough because all our members here for the side of K-Lab Alpha has been able to anticipate kung saan sila magagaling. They're just in a specific area here. Pero lahat sila, iba-iba yung tinitingnan, which is going to be their strength. They've been able to cover for each other and this is going to be their sign here na mapantayan palalo ang Ivy League.
And if you think about it, if only they had an Omen Smoke, diba, to cover that E-long position, kung kailan magpipeak pa lang from short yung mga kalaban nila, then he would have been covered. Si Dreech hindi makakapatay. Hindi sila makakapag-secure ng hell dahil sa nag-iisang smoke, nagnilabas agad ng Ivy League. They would have used that para i-wrap around. Meron silang dalawang naka-flank from short anyways, pero they also had control over hell. They didn't dare to even push outside of that pocket na binigay agad ng Harbor. Kaya Ivy League almost backing themselves into a corner if you think about it.
And ngayon, they're definitely gonna hold their ground. Kung kanina they're backing out, right now, they're just gonna take it slowly kasi they don't want to do that ever again. And they've got the advantage na kanina and they wasted it. So it is going to be a different story right now. Dahil hawak nila yung mga rivals na potentially the buys na kung sakali mamatalo sila dito, they will resort or they will be forced to offer an eco ramp. So they better make this worth it. They've been able to put the wall down dito. Yun nga lang nga, Bukis been able to go for the frags here. Mukhang sunod-sunod silang napapatumba dito for the side of Ivy League until na si Chuchu na lang at si Calamitos ang natitira.
Oh no. A recession into how Chuchu has been. He was so hot nung nagsimula tayo. But that operator is kind of demanding that he can't retake the site with it. So he decides na, sige, we play for the long term. Lalaroin na lang natin yung dalawang rifles na meron tayo into the next round since everybody from Ivy League will not have a chance dito pa lang. So they push on. Owen QT will spot out yung napaka-importanting weapon. And they will try to fish him out. Pupush sila over to the A site. And if they have enough time, then they can be able to ensure that they will have no guns into the next round. Spike has already been ticking. At hinihintay na lang kung ma-explode na agad into the next round. Game Lab Alpha have been doing wonders sa pag-execute na nila dito. Hindi na sila natatakot at hindi na sila nag-hesitate. If they want to take one side, then they will. They have to kill off si Chuchu. Almost end! Nasa bakbakan ng Vandal! Sayang! A split second! And they would have saved the operator. That is huge.
Alam mo kung hindi siya nag-smoke doon, baka mabuhay pa siya.
That's true.
Medyo nakakatakot yun. Parang literal na you have nowhere to go, literally. You're just like, you have the utilities, but hanggang kailan ka masasave ng mga utilities na yon. You don't have the dash. Kung may dash sana, baka na-prolong pa yung buhay niya. But 9-9, and it is all equalized, guys. This is already up to who will be able to go into the finish line first. Lloyd Dream, nasimulan niya na, may napitas pa siya dito. Medyo natitame niya agad yung Lion natin dito na si Chuchu. And it is going to be a different one from here on. Ang dahil mga utilities na binato dito, si Vipora running low in terms of health, and they are well aware kung nasaan siya. Nasundan pa, si Moriarty na pabagsak na. Lloyd Dream kanina pa, nagpapapit itong tao to, and it is gonna be continuous here. Zeta with the Marshall, he's not gonna hit those shots. Lloyd Dream with the spray, it's a 4K. Flawless dito for the side of Game Lab Alpha.
Like the burn, it has been all well and dusted. Game Lab Alpha, through their perfect execution, are able to whittle down yung defense, all because of info and the patience that they've had. Supplemented by the calling from Owen QT, they were well aware of where the defense have set themselves up kasi lagi sila nag-hold over platform at lagi silang reliant on the log defense. So they are not hesitant to put all the util needed on those places. As long as they know kung nasaan yung mga kalaban nila, then they have util that have range. They have reach para mailabas yung aftershock dun sa logs. They have si Boogie para mabigyan ang info para sa lahat ng Game Lab kung saan sila magsispray. He had nowhere else to go. Itong si Vipora, and as long as he is being pushed by util, then Lloyd Dream, habang hindi pa patay yung hinahunting nila, siya yung mag-e-end sa kanya. All culminating into an aggressive setup para sa C-site push. Game Lab, again, scrubbing back yung kung ano yung meron nating image sa kanila. We thought that they were getting sloppy as the weeks go by. We thought that they were receding in terms of performance. But they have shown time and time again that they can contend, that they can be top 5, that they can be one of the best teams in the PH, my friend. At habang nandito pa rin si Lloyd Dream, they definitely have a huge shot. Lalo na't napaka-consistent ng Jet na to. This guy has been doing it on their attacking side.
Tulad nga nasabi nila, when you fall so deep, there's nowhere to go but upwards. And that is what we are seeing here for the side of Game Lab Alpha. Nagkakaroon na sila ng magandang addressment sa kung ano yung mga sitwasyon na hinaharap nila. Rolling Thunder natin kinas, pero wala naman tao na nasa A-site natin ngayon. Hindi ka po connecta, but they've been able to cut down some utilities na inilabas dito ng kanilang Killjoy. And it is going to be the lockdown being commenced here by the side of Ivy League. So this is going to be pretty crucial sa kanila. Nako, may line up pa tong si Kuya mo. Kung sakali ba na doon sila pupunta. This is going to be bad here for the side of Game Lab Alpha. They've been delayed and they have no choice but to let them go for the ground here. Dito sa A-site natin, they will have the Hunter's Fury activated dito sa A-site natin, connecting on the Calamities as well. 2v2, they've been able to go and push forward to Zeta with the 3K. But yun nga lang, the shield from the smoke na inilapag na ni Calamities would be giving them an edge.
What a time na gamitin nila yung lockdown. A time to give the A site for free because they have the perfect ultimate just to push them away from site, and that was the lockdown. They thought that the lineup was the difference maker. No, it was the pocket na binigay agad ni Harbor from Ivy League that gave them the safety net para ma-defuse yung spike. They were forced to give the site itself. At yung amount of smokes that they need to contest against made it so the long-range gunfights will not work in favor of Game Lab Alpha. This was a very pivotal fight that extended play para dito sa Ivy League Gaming. At ngayon, kailangan bumawi ang Game Lab. They have lost the round entirely. And with this aggressive push towards A site, dito sila magta-try na bawiin ang mistake na ginawa nila dito. At Arcos lockdown almost will get the benefit of the doubt. Kaso, with Chuchu locking down tong si Boogie, eh baka yun pa nga yung magiging napaka-importanting kill para dito sa Game Lab Alpha. 1-for-1 trade, Lloyd Dream papasok pa rin from that Viper's Pit because they gave the site away. Wala na silang ulti and they have to play retake.
I love the adjustment na ginawa nila dito. Imbes na ipatagal yung Viper's Pit natin that will limit their vision, you know what? Just put the spike down and let it go. Mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng magandang retake na position dito for the side of Ivy League. Pero yun nga lang, mukhang magkatrabaho dito si Owen Cutie, but he'll be immediately shut down dito hanggang sa 1v2 na lang. Eloy Dream na nga naiiwan. Running low yung ibang mga member natin dito, pero si Vipora pa rin natatapos sa kanya. One more round on the side of Ivy League, and we have seen kung kanina may lockdown at Cove na napaka-crucial dun sa round na yon ngayon. It's just all because of the manpower advantage na meron dito for the side of Ivy League.
And this is how you play with confidence. because you have the numbers advantage. After nila patayin yung nasa city, then that is when they have confidence to push out of heaven, get a triple peak like this. Kaya napatay agad si Owen Cutie at si Dreech. They don't have health control, na-smoke na agad yung long, at habang wala pa rin nagre-responda dun sa short, then you don't need to defuse the bomb ng ganong kabilis. You can try to use that para malaman mo kung saan manggagaling yung nag-iisang nasa short. Dun pa lang nag-peak si Zeta para mapatay yung nag-iisang nasa short. And if he was able to make that a 1v1, then Ivy League would have been down in the dumps.
Yun nga lang nga, hindi yun nangyari. That is not what just transpired. But we are gonna witness something else here. Another possibility, another story. Chuchu will get the spearhead here. 2 people in a row already. Susubukan na tapatan ni Game Lab ito, pero hindi ito sasapat. Ivy League lang naman ay ang bilis nila tinapos. Yung round na iyon, kanina pa sila match point na. Everyone, kung kanina nagpapatalo sila, it's quite of a close call. But now they are one step away towards securing that spot here dito sa qualifiers natin.
Welcome para dito kay Chuchu, the guy that we have been watching out for. Dito pa lang sa Haven kung saan yung operator niya ang naging difference maker. Pushes yet again the first blood, tapos niyang patayin, dun pa lang niya gagamitin yung kanyang dash on the second kill, where he preserves yung napaka-importanting ability yun to get himself back to safety. He was jumping just to avoid all the bullets in the world to get the perfect shot, and taking advantage of Game Lab trying to root themselves onto the A-long position. That was when all the smokes and all the blinds comes out para sa defense nila. And with Chuchu all supported by his teammates, Game Lab Alpha had nowhere to run and no way into the site. Perfect setup para sa Ivy League Gaming, and they need one more spot na lang, one more perfect win. And as long as Game Lab Alpha still have their guns, then there's still a chance to extend the regulation.
Ang daing pressure, pero ang konting galaw at ang konting pagkakamali ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Game Lab Alpha. I think Riot is so happy right now that they've been able to quote-unquote nerf Jet.
Yeah.
Kasi Chuchu, he's been unaffected by this one. And all the more, he's being more powerful kasi alam niya kung kailan niya gagamitin yung mga crucial utilities na yon, and alam niya kung paano yun makakapitalize. Napakatindi ng performance si Chuchu dito, as well as Lloyd Rim, but it is just that mas solidified yung executions na ginagawa dito ni Ivy League. One more step away dito sa pagkapanalo. Pero si Game Lab Alpha, hindi nila hayaan na mangyari yun. They will go for the attempt to push dito sa B-side natin. Yun nga lang, immediate shutdown dito kay Calamiton na kalamidad. Kaagad yung kinabukasan dito ng Game Lab Alpha. Tatlo na lang ang naiiwan dito. Dalawa na lang. Marunong na magpila. With the 4K already, a possibility for an ace here for the side of Calamitos. Nako, delikado ka na, Ionix. Alam na ata nila kung anong kanilang gagawin. They're just gonna stay here. Wala ang spike sa iyong mga kamay. Kompleto pa ang buhay mo, pero hanggang kailan regrowth coming in, you'll be able to get Vipora. But until when is Chuchu will be getting him out. And definitely, the underdogs will show and exert their appearance, introduce themselves in the last day of our qualifiers.
All aboard the Chuchu hype train, because Ivy League have inserted themselves sa final stage ng qualifying round. Well done para ma-unseat ang Game Lab Alpha. They were the favorites. They were the ones expected to win. But Ivy League has shown that there are no favorites when it comes to talent. Chuchu has shown that he is a breakout star, with Vifora has been the sleeper agent all along. Pinakita niya na hindi lang yung duelist ang pwedeng gumawa ng aksyon dito, pero pwede rin ang initiator, pwede rin ang controller. Calamitous, he was so quiet all throughout this game, pero quietly he has been investing in the team. And in that last round, that is when he exploded, taking patience into account kung kailan sila papasok, at using his own utility para he can go in and out of the fight without Game Lab Alpha expecting where he will be. Congratulations para sa Ivy League.
Wow.
But wag niyong kakalimutan that the job is not over yet.
Yeah. Actually, may tanong ako dito. Naniniwala ka ba dun sa, sa sentence or yung quote, if it is a quote, dun sa sinasabi nilang first impressions last?
You know what? Nung kanina kasi parang ano eh, na-outgun
Diba?
kasi ng Game Lab yung Ivy League, 'di ba? Pero
Yeah.
nung nagtagal, dun pa lang sila nagkakaroon ng strats na maayos. Dun pa lang sila
Ano?
nagkakaroon ng crossfires na madami. 'Di ba?
Yes, it's just really interesting to see yung mga strong points ni Ivy League. I wonder who would be first to crack them down.
Alright.
Considering na nag-introduce na sila, ano yung mga butas ni Ivy League? And I'm quite sure that our finalists dito from the other hand kanina, no,
Card Esports.
we'll see kung ano nga ba ang kanilang aabangan dito sa finals natin.
Well, it is a matchup of the century, mga kaibigan. It will be the final seat and the stakes have never been higher than this. Ivy League Gaming versus Carti Esports para sa seat on the group stage. Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, mga kaibigan, we would like to thank our official sponsors. Diyan lang muna tayo para sa Predator League 2024, ang Predator Gaming, Intel at saka Planet 9. Wag na wag kayong aalis dito sa stream, mga kaibigan, dahil magbabalik ang Predator League.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Out of charges.
Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike down C.
That spike carrier is down.
Spike down A.
Your fault.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing.
Nailed it.
Last player standing. Last player standing. Defender.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
Stage has been set and the battle has begun. Eto na mga kaibigan, the final qualifying final para dito sa Predator League 2024. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi para sa laban ng Corti Esports versus Ivy League Gaming. We are seeing the immovable object on one corner versus the unstoppable force in another. Dito na tayo makakita kung sino ang pinaka-deserving para makasamahan na ang mga likes ng Naos Esports, Oasis Gaming, Zol Esports, and the others.
Regardless of who they are, we are about to see who is gonna stand proud. Nakita naman natin, Carti Esports, kung ano ang kanilang naging curve from our previous qualifiers. Parang nung umpisa lang, hindi sila nakakapasok dito sa mga semifinals natin, nakakapag-advance any further than yung third stage natin before heading onto the live streams natin. But ngayon, we have seen another unknown being that just introduced themselves kani-kanina lang. And I'm quite sure that our viewers are stoked because they are not expecting that type of sharpness, that type of explosiveness na ina-offer dito ng mga members natin from Ivy League Esports.
Yeah, and you know the best thing about that is it's not just blind explosions eh. It's all with precision.
Yeah.
Precise
This is very
aggression
scary.
talaga. Yun yung nakakatakot eh. Yung hindi lang matalas yung talim ng kalaban mo, pero napaka, I would say, accurate ng lahat ng mga ginagawa nila sa lahat ng sitwasyon na binibigay sa kanila. No? So, if they're able to translate that against Carti, then it would be a huge statement sa lahat ng mga magiging kalaban nila if pumasok nga sila sa group stages. However, for Carti, it is a matter of proving themselves. It is a matter of showing that they are worthy of the title para makapasok na agad sa group stages natin. So, both teams having all the stakes on a high dito sa ating final matchup para sa final qualifier, mga kaibigan. Hindi lang naman dito yung pinaka-importanting laban, pero this is the one match that you have to win with all your heart.
And we really just hope na hindi just one time, big time, yung naging play natin dito for the side of Ivy League. Because from we have seen kanina, just in case na maging consistent sila or talagang yun or ganoon sila mag-operate within their team, that's gonna be groundbreaking. Especially once that they enter dito sa group stages natin, parang hindi na uuso dito na, mga ano na to, parang matagal na dito yung mga members nito sa BCT. Ano naman kung matagal, di ba?
Diba?
Kung ganun yung magiging aspect or magiging taglay na lakas dito ni Ivy League, it's gonna be very much powerful. It is something that we have to look out for. But on the other side, Carti, it's already up to them kung paano nila mapagbabawalan na hep-hep, mahaharangan na no IDO entry and the mga members natin of the side of Ivy League.
Alright, well, both teams looking to shape their mark dito sa Predator League. And it starts with their next coming battle. Talagang, this is where all the teams are going to be playing with all the marbles that they have for themselves. Dapat talaga hindi na magiging from luck yung kung paano kayo manalo. Dapat all skill, all confidence na lang dito. Dapat walang manenervyos. At kung meron man, may time pa naman kayo para makapag-reset dito. Yan talaga yung underrated aspect ng lahat ng mga pro teams. So, hindi lang naman dapat talent yung meron ka. But you also have to have the communication with the team. You also have the mindset for everything. You also have to have the best approach to every single situation. Hindi naman porket na 0-5 kayo sa isang first game. Hindi naman kayo magiging 0-5 sa buong game, di ba? Kayang-kaya mo pa, mas lalo na't meron ka pa rin rounds to play. And you also have to remember na meron ka pa rin mga coaches para tulungan kayo, gabayin kayo sa lahat ng mga ginagawa nyo sa isang pro game. That's just what Carti Esports has as an advantage. But for Ivy League Gaming, it's all about pressure not being on them. Kasi even if hindi sila manalo dito, which I'm not saying that that will happen,
Parang okay lang.
Parang okay lang naman kasi parang ang gandang experience na they're able to topple one of the best teams in the Philippines. And if that doesn't get you going, hindi ko alam kung ano talaga.
Parang not bad na kung
Diba?
sakali man, diba? But once again, I would just like to highlight nga yung skills, though. It is better that you have it, but it would be much better if you've got the necessary decision-making skills. Kasi kung meron ka ng mga skills na yon, anong mangyayari sa'yo kung flop yung decision-making skills mo? Then wala rin. Especially with the mindset of how you'll be able to opt for a reset, how you'll be able to keep their morale up, how you'll be able to influence your team members to keep on persevering. Yan ang magiging tanong dito ngayon. Bind ang ating mapa. Alam natin kung gaano kabilis ang kalakaran dito sa mapang ito. And at the same time, this is gonna be quite interesting because meron tayong tapatan dito. Bumalik na tayo dito sa double duelist comp natin for the side of Carti Esports with the presence of a chamber as well. And for Ivy League, double controller naman ang kanilang puhunan.
Alam mo kung napapansin mo, di ba? Sa pareho nating teams, nag-swapan sila ng mga roles. We're so used to Tap-Tap being the only duelist para sa Carti Esports, but now we have two, and Tap-Tap is not even one of them. Talagang Sky yung magiging initiator for them. Carti Esports want to invest everything doon sa pick niya dito, while on the other end, Ivy League.
Chuchu is on brim.
Yeah, exactly. Talagang util player na lang. Meron tong si Chuchu, but he will become a very impactful one dito. He has shown that he has Really good utility usage when he was on the jet using the cloud burst to cover himself up if he wants to entry. And now that he has more smokes to work with, then he will support the team to victory. Ngayon pa lang magkakaroon ng engagement si Yux all the way towards that short position. One of the duelists from Carti Esports. And he has made his presence known doon sa may short position na lang. Vipora has low HP. Has to be careful about his next move this time around. So he decides na samahan na lang itong Brimstone ng Ivy League Gaming as they will try to reset back up. Pero buti na lang for Carti. And they can reset back up as well. The Sky can just have the heal dito para sa Jet and they'll just hold the sights. They'll have the full commitment onto the A side defense and if they push that, that's a huge shot for them.
I really like how meron laging mga combos din dito na yun. Like, specifically doon sa bats natin, si Jaso tsaka si Gabo, parang hindi mo talaga sila mapaghihiwalay. Regardless, Ivy League is already going in dito sa A site natin. Jaso will attempt to go up for the trailblazer pero hindi yun kakonekta. Wala na naman makikita dahil wala naman nakatambay sa backside natin. Not just until now, triple natin, merong mag-a-appear. Si Jaso nga lang mapapatumba. Zeta is gonna be able to get that frag onto this one but yun nga lang merong magiging flank dito si Kael. Kael from the backlines ng gagaling dito sa short pero yun nga lang din mukhang hindi sila aware. They'll be able to connect that shot dito kay Chucho. Sumusunod dito si Gabo and that is actually a good call for their side. 3v4, they would be able to try and offer the defuse. Half na dito kay Yox pero talagang pinoprohibit sila ng Ivy League and doing so and now it's a 1v2. Umikot dito itong kumpare natin na si Zeta and mukhang naging magandang advantage to para sa kanila pero may oras pa ba para sa kanila na mag-afford that? Mukhang hindi na dahil tatapusin siya kaagad ni Vipora and that's a good start here for the side of Ivy League.
Ang dami nangyari sa A short position na to, so why don't we break it down one by one? So it started with a really clean setup sa pag-push over at that A short position and they had U-Haul control. So as long as they did and as long as they killed off yung nasa triple, then they could just stay in that place, diba? Kaso yung naging problema nila, yung kung anong nangyayari sa likod ng Ivy League. Nakapag-teleport si Kael away from Zeta's tripwire. And that meant that their flank, although they thought it was safe, it was not as safe as they thought it would. He was able to get one. Na yun pa lang yung A-short anchor na meron sila doon. Pero buti na lang at nag-arrive in time si Zeta after niya mag-teleport. It was an accident, but it proved to be a blessing in disguise. Nakuha na agad yung nag-iisang chamber ng Carti Esports. And if they can get something out of this butterfly effect, then definitely a huge snowball for Ivy League. From that accident, they have proven to get themselves the retake again.
That's so on point. They're just gonna capitalize on any possible mistakes na mailalapag dito ni Carti Esports. Harap-harapan, tinatapatan ni Tap-Tap dito pero siyang mapapabagsak. Sumusunod lang dito yung mga kumpare mo from the side of Ivy League. Lahat ng iskola at nagmamarcha na dito sa A-site natin. At mukhang determinado silang gumraduate dito sa match natin.
Aba, gusto talaga nilang makapag-graduate para makapasok sa college, makapasok sa group stages, makasabay sa mga peers nila dito para makakuha na agad ng marka sa Predator League ang mga kaibigan. This is back to what we've been talking about with this team. It's not a one-dimensional strat for them every single time. They will have something weird to pull out every single round. This time it was the default setup before they can go prolong with the A site push, diba, for their attack. Ivy League and back onto aggressing back onto A short this time around. They dodge away from the triple push over at B long. And it will be the least amount of defense that they've had para dito sa Carti Esports. They just have to give up yung U-Haul position. Hindi pa nila alam na nandun sa loob ng smoke tong si Kael. And he's gonna be wide open kapag hindi niya na-note yung smoke. Buti na lang wala pa tayo sa patch kung saan. Malalaman mo kung kailan mawawala siya. Jaso killed off tong si Calamitos. The first time that we've seen this guy on the duelist. Where he will also get conquered. Kael gets noted, gets shot down by Vipora to get that 4 versus 4 as Ivy League, they force themselves doon sa pag-take ng site on A.
Actually, kanina gusto ko lang i-note, natatawa ako kay Mario RT kasi all the while na nagpo-push sila sa A-site natin, dire-diretso lang siya doon sa U-Haul. It's quite funny for me to see kasi hindi man lang siya nadaplisan ng bala na binabato sa kanya ng chamber natin from the side of CE. But now, they will try to offer a retake here. But, yun nga lang, Ivy League is one step ahead. Despite of the difference dito sa kanilang mga barrel, wala silang pakialam. They've been able to connect those shots ever so smoothly. Eksaktong-eksakto sa kanilang mga ulo. Si Zeta at tumatrabaho dito. Isa na nga naiwan dito na lang si Yux na lang. Nako, may posibilidad ba na masecure nila ito? Mukhang hindi. Isisave niya na lang yung naiiwan dito na baril niya.
And the best part about that is they didn't even hold doon sa U-Hall. They used U-Hall as an entrance kung saan doon sila magkakaroon ng backside control. And it was the perfect place para ma-crossfire nila from that showers push na ginawa kanina ni Chuchu because they were aware of the flank anyways. If Carti Esports were able to do that kanina, then they're gonna do it again. All noted by Ivy League. Kaya buti na lang may backside control sila. Buti na lang meron silang ininvest na tao doon sa loob ng showers. At buti na lang that U-Haul push that they had, they didn't even need to use that to hold lamang. They just decided to make proactive decisions and they are working so well off of that, converting na agad yung buy round ng Carti Esports to a bonus round that they stolen away. It's like daylight robbery sa T-side nila.
Such a mechanical unit here that is Ivy League. So I'm already active here for the side of Carti Esports, which is definitely the right thing to do. Lalong-lalo na 3 rounds ahead na itong side natin for Ivy League. I mean, it's not that much. It's still the start, but they should not let the momentum be on Ivy League side alone.
Yeah.
Kasi kung gano'n, paano sila makabangon yan?
True. Nako, comeback story pa ba ito ng Carti Esports ngayon na wala sila masyadong pera? Not able to bounce back from the first 2 losses that they've had. Ito yung epekto ng MR12. Talagang pistol round is more than everything. When you have the least amount of like matches or rounds compared to like if you were on an MR15 position where you race to 16, where you have to play yung force buy kapag natalo ka dun sa first round natin, wala eh. You have at least amount of rounds to play. You have to work your best para makakuha ng first point advantage kasi momentum na yun. Pera pa yun para sa kalaban or sa kasapi mo. And you're giving a lot of margin for error kapag kalaban mo sila dito eh. So, this is the time for Carti Esports to bounce back from everything. Even have a double stack doon sa may hookah, but Chuchu will not miss his chance. Headshot over to Yux. They get the duelist out from Carti Esports, but they mollied themselves. Push on the site. Interesting, but negligible. Nakapasok na agad tong si Zeta. May split push doon sa B site. Talagang na-force ang Carti Esports to play the retake against 5 people from ILG Alive.
Definitely smooth dito for the side of Ivy League to bait out the Viper wall na inilapag nila dito sa A site, which is they've been able to allocate their resources wonderfully here. Except for that one na yun nga nagkaroon ng snake bite sa hookah natin once na nag-entry sila, but that's fine. They will be able to brush it off, but they will try to offer a retake here regardless of the odds here. Tatlo na lang naiiwan for the side of Carti Esports. Parang hindi nagmamaterialize. Yung kanilang timeout na kinuha kanina. Si Jaso na lang naiiwan dito with the sheriff under his hands. He'll be able to connect some shots, but hanggang doon na lang iyon.
Na-condition sila agad na doon pa rin ulit sa A site magpupush ang ILG kasi 3 rounds in a row, it has been the A site na naging focus on their attack. Nakita lang nila yung wall, they were commandeered by the other team na baka sa A site lang sila ulit papasok. Mind games na naman dahil doon sa Viper wall na nilabas nila. And even if they were able to get hookah, look the amount of time na na-waste agad for Carti Esports. They had the info but they didn't have the presence doon sa B site. Napatay na agad yung dalawang nag-hold over at the hookah position. The Sky even gave up yung jet para masacrifice nila yung hookah para magkaroon ng at least a half-decent defense dito for Carti, you know?
Hindi lang yun, no one even dared to offer the flank here the moment na nilapag nila yung wall nila doon sa A site natin or sa short natin, di ba? That just explains how reactive Carti Esports is being or how play safe na napapasobra and hindi na nagiging maganda yung nagiging resulta on their end. But at the current time, they're standing their ground. We have good allocation of numbers here from both sides, but mukhang magre-resort sila dito sa A site natin which has been prepared kanina pa, but Kael is really holding a really good angle here, so just in case that he were to get the pick off here, that would be a great advantage on their end.
Maririnig kaya nila? Or narinig na kaya ni Kael na nagro-rotate na lang sila dito from that short position as Kael is holding his nerve. He doesn't know kung saan sila manggagaling, left and right, and hits the shot kay Chuchu. That's the smoker down for the count, and he hits another. The sniper of Carti Esports has been activated as well as the rifler. A second frag para dito kay Kael as Moriarty will transfer on the bullets. He triple for Moriarty. Hahanapin niya ang dalawang nasa Carti as he rotates back over towards the U-Haul position. Nasa kanya yung spike. Siya yung magiging savior if he gets the ace clutch dito for Ivy League. but just as he makes his presence known, as
10
he
seconds
makes his
left.
mark dito, Gabo is just shutting him down. Another shot for Carti Esports as they will shut down every inhibitor para sa Ivy League as they try to push.
The time pressure. What is gonna be the difference kung nag-TP siya papuntang B-site natin? I mean, it's reasonable. Wala na rin kasing time enough for him to put the spike down. And kung meron man, andaing nakabantay from the side of Carti. But that is such a good attempt, no? Like 3K.
Yeah.
Like, at katindi yung naging, ano niya doon, like, napabagsak niya yung tatlong member pa the side of Carti. And mukhang medyo nagkaroon pa ng risk sa kanila or a threat na maaaring mabaliktad pa. But they will try and for our A site once again, possibly. Now, na yun nga, they have to be wary of the tour de force activity na meron dito for Kael.
Good awareness of utility that they have present for them. Just to dodge away from it,
Ooh,
Castle.
na.
They're pressing the issue. Yet again, Kael, amazing with the up. The Tour de Force is definitely singing on his hands, and it has been singing a wonderful tune as Carti Esports relying on those shots, but he has used all 5 bullets. Only getting 1 from that ultimate. Viper's been activated. Ivy League are forcing the issue yet again. Tap, wall bangs finally will deal the damage through to Zeta. Calamitous is rotating around the smoke. He gets blindsided. The concussed was more than enough. Chuchu tries to make it work with 2 kills out for Ivy League. He doubled for Chuchu. The 1v2 clutch has been set up for the duelist alone, but this guy all used the smokes that he had as they tried to push him down. He has the smoke to work with here, but the blind side, we have the ulti activated before he dies to the count. Will this be enough time to clutch it out for the team? No, it does not. Just save it all up. They had all the time in the world, but they stole the round yet again. Para dito sa Carti Esports, sayang na sayang.
Enough yung orbital strike. Ang ganda na sana ng timing nila dito. But if just in case that they will be able to extend it more, since na they are overheated dito sa bats area natin eh. Like they have been able to predict na nandoon si Chuchu, but yun nga, it's not entirely enough. But it is going to be a good sign here for the side of Carti because they've been able to operate like that under pressure. A good sign for them to use or keep on using the operator kasi parang ito na pala yung nawawalang sangkap dito para mapanalo yung mga round na meron sa match natin. Si Kael lang pala yung solusyon. The operator, the tour de force, has been able to get really crucial pickups that makes ILG limping. Hindi sila nakaka-execute dito na maganda, lalong-lalo na nakulang-kulang sila despite the fact they have a couple of controllers, not entirely enough because they really have the advantage kasi hindi lang isa yung napipitas dito ni Kael. Minsan dumadalawa, minsan tumatatlo pa.
Yeah, just everybody working their foot around para dito sa Carti Esports. Although it was sayang na sayang for Ivy League because you saw the potential here. You also saw that they were willing to make the first foot forward sa lahat ng engagements nila dito. Even through the Viper split, they were willing to actually take the proactive step, take advantage of the cover given to them by Moriarty. It was all in vain all along. So Carti Esports, walang done to neutralize the 2 threats that they got. Yung Viper split at saka si Chuchu sa loob ng showers as they still had time to work with this time around. The peek out over from the duelist and it works out perfectly. Calamitous holding the spike within his hands. Now they have the objective within their vicinity. Ngayon pa lang magre-retrieve. Moriarty will get Yux but will not expect Gabo as he's getting double beat down. A triple for Gabo. A 4K from the grave. They are popping off before they can even know it. Zeta will at least make it a 1v1, but he is limping. A dead man walking, a zombie for ILG as they run away from the operator. Picks up a bulldog, tries to translate back onto the Vandal. They're chasing him. A police car trying to catch the criminal that is Zeta to run away in towards the A site itself. But he needs to dodge away from the tripwires as he destroys it. Now he's noted where he's coming from.
Despite of the fact that this is gonna be the Walking Dead that is Zeta, he would still have the rational mind into order to address this current situation. Operator ang hawak ni Kael dito. Napakahirap ito tapatan, lalo na napakababa na ng health niya. He even switched into a Vandal so that he can opt for the sprays. He got no more utilities to actually use or make it beneficial for him in addressing this opponent. But he tried to kick it in. At nakuha niya pa! As an immediate clutch here onto Zeta with 8 HP left.
What is this guy on? Because this guy has been performing so well.
May penguin buff siya.
Kaya pala.
Kita mo ang cute ng ano sa table niya. May
Kaya
buff
nga eh.
siya. Malay mo bigyan ng bebe niya yun.
Maybe. Pero baka bata pa para magkabebe. Baka hindi alam ng parents. Huwag
Focus
natin
muna sa
i-out niya yun.
studies. Wow! Ayun
Kaya
na,
pala
ang
Ivy
cutie.
League, diba? My goodness. The Pengu buff has been activated para kay Zeta. As the 2-5 comes in
That's so
on
dubstep,
their
no?
attacking
So cute.
side. Talagang awesome vibes all around. Talagang well needed para ma-stop yung momentum para sa Carti. Gado was doing wonders into trying to take the space para dito sa loob ng B-short. But as long as they still have the sight, then for not this time around, talagang binigyan na yung opportunity to get the full site secure. Ivy League had no business to take the site, but it was given to them for free. Ngayon pala magsi-seekers. And because they wrap around doon sa may T-spawn, then they might think na galing sa spawn na yung mga kalaban nila. But they decide na hintay na lang around that CT's position. Ngayon palang magti-TP agad itong raise ng CE as Gabo puts out the judge, the jury, and the executioner. He will try to get themselves hookah. But they are all trapped inside elbow. It is a tri-stack para makakuha sila ng control. At paano pa nila malalaban? Ganun lang, kapasok lang dito si Yux. Calamitous follows. Kaso Gabo will try to spray them down. Moriarty with a double. A 1v3 with the chamber falling to the ground. Choo-choo will run it.
I have never seen anyone do that stack into elbow before. It worked wonders for them. I first thought na, you know what, parang medyo magkakaroon tayo ng kahirapan dito. Hindi pa sila mako-corner dito. Hindi pa sila machucho. But no one's coming from the hall. And that is going to be their advantage. They've been able to face the person here. That is Yux. And after that, they just rummaged down to the remaining membership on the side of Carti, and ever since, it is going to be a win. Another point on the board.
See, they had that elbow position secured eh. Kung yung Carti yung mismong papasok doon, talagang mamamatay yung nag-iisang lalaban sa tatlo eh. Even if they have the shorter guns, then they're able to outstand the test of time. Just so, again, kasama na agad yung tatlong nag-hold sa showers. They decide to give the showers position. Vefora, right place with the wall bang, finding the smoker, but it's still, they can reset back up. Nandito pa rin yung defense over at that showers position. And they try to dodge away from the wire! They dodge away from the utility! Para ma-surprise si Vepora, hindi niya narinig yung satchel. The double duelists have been working wonders, taking proactive positions back on T-spawn. Choo-choo will at least get themselves combined para dito kay Gabo at kay Yux. The 2 versus 4 that they never expected. Tap walks into a bullet. Choo-choo was definitely prepared for that. As the all-on Kael and a 1v2 laban sa Ivy League.
Ako, yung spike na kay Kael. Anong kanyang gagawin? Baka magkaroon pa ng kulat dito. Medyo delikado. 40 HP na lang naiiwan sa iyo. Pero mukhang si Zeta pa rin ang tatapos sa iyo. 2-7, Ivy League. We are seeing all of the death traps that they've been laying down on the ground. Even if the Carti Esports is trying to make their way around it, hindi nila nagagawa. They've been being caught up time and time again, kanina pa. Kahit na may naiiwan dito, hindi sumasapat para makuha yung round. And this is already a 5-round difference. And 2 ultimates available here for the side of Ivy League. Meron tayong Orbital Strike, meron tayong Neural Threat. And just in case that they want to get additional edge, kahit na may existing na, gusto nila i-breach yung boundaries natin, kayang-kaya nila yun makuha.
Well, they got themselves yung isa at least dito sa chamber as Calamitous. He was noted and he gets caught off. Yux following through with the utility provided by the Sky. They will get themselves yung Vandal upgrade over towards that long position. But it is still just so the only guy to hold, the only guy to defend. He's on a wide angle. He gets noted and he gets shut down immediately. Choo-choo does not hesitate to run him down into the 2 versus 4. Carti Esports, they've done well to make the proactive push over the long position. But same could not be said for everybody else doon sa loob ng A-short extremity. They even tried to push down on B-short. It was all for nothing. So in this 2 versus 4, they're looking for, at the very least, damage. At the very most, a 2 versus 4 clutch.
Grabe, no? Parang a glob of different entities itong si Ivy
Yeah.
League. And all of those
enemy
entities
remaining.
are very much talented, very much skillful. And mukhang sa nakikita natin ngayon, they're just having Cardi Esports as their prey, or Apex Predator as of the current time. We have 2 more rounds remaining here. Hopefully, the Carti Esports can wrap their heads around what Ivy League is doing onto them. Para naman kahit papano is hindi sila ganun mahirapan sa second half.
See, by the start kasi, they already had good positions eh. They only left tong si Calamitas para lang magkaroon sila ng option to work with. He left him to lurk, and they left him to die para magkaroon sila ng info. Once they gathered that, they decided na, sige, kung matatalo tayo sa B-long control, then we just try to push off yung A short. The aggressiveness is not lost for their attacking side. And as long as they still have Choo-Choo, then all the resets will still come in. Moriarty, noting na agad yung double push out for the double duelist. Gabo and Yux already found themselves itong si Vipora. And they even dodge away from Moriarty. They don't have the trade potential anymore. But now that they've opened themselves the opportunity, they get themselves tong si Gabo, but in return they get Yux, a 2-for-1 that Carti Esports would get in every single day of the week.
This is going to be the glimpse of hope that Carti Esports is waiting for. Good advantages, positionings as well, but the operator is still under the hands of Calamitas. And just in the blink of an eye, maaaring magbago ang lahat, kaya kakailanganin talaga nilang mag-ingat. Pero mukhang nagkakitaan na ang dalawa na daplisan pa si Jasso, si Tap-Tap, may napatay na. Si Zeta pa nga ang kanyang napunteriya. 2v4, we are just gonna wait for them to go for further executes. Yux is just waiting for anyone who's gonna come from dito sa hookah. That is dismember na si Moriarty. And mukhang nagchacha dito, nagsasayawan sila, pero still they don't have enough time left and they will be able to get an edge here finally. 3-8 onto the score
Last
line,
round
and
in the
that
half.
is such a huge advantage in the current round.
You see, realizing that if you give the space to Ivy League, then they will just hold W's. Why not we take the space for ourselves? Double duelist comp means that you have to take more risk, more aggressiveness, more confidence sa lahat ng mga peaks na gagawin mo. So Yux and Gabo will combine, collaborate para hindi sila makaka-push over towards that A-short extremity. They didn't even lay a finger on that double sight, di ba? Kaya hindi sila nakapasok, hindi din sila nakapag-reset. They even held their nerve nung nakakuha tong si Yux ng timing on hookah. Kaya hindi nakalabas si Moriarty ng buhay sa hookah. And even if he had the clutch potential, then he would have had more damage to push through if he did commence. Calamitas uses a showstopper, finds out yung Australian, but Kael, operator in hand, so precise and so much deadly. Vipora tries to navigate around the smoke. Kael puts out his headhunter and will execute Vipora on sight. However, to exchange with that, Ivy League will try to force themselves into the Viper's pit. Moriarty plays gun game around that CT position as Yux will force himself outside of the site. However, he never knew about the rotates. Nakapag-TP pa nga ang dalawang nasa Ivy League. Ipa-force yung plan sa A at ipa-force na gumawa itong si CE.
B has now been heavily occupied by dead bodies. Now A side is their ball. They've been able to put the spike down. And we will see if magkakaroon pa rin ba ng pantapat itong si Yux kontra dito sa dalawang members natin dito from the side of ILG. Incendiary has been put down dito sa ating spike. And will be preventing him, delaying him from defusing the spike any further. Ayaw talaga nila ibigay itong nag-isang round na sana maging hope or advancement for the side of Cardi Esports. And they will just gonna end him just like that. Everyone, ang tindi. Palagi kung paano ina-address yung Ivy League yung kanilang mga situations. And it is just worthy for them to be given credit on how they've been able to get an advantage every single one. Especially dito kay Calamitas, all with the showstopper connecting and additional information being provided bago naman siya mamatay. Moriarty as well with immediate switch ups dito sa kanyang mga weapons and kanyang shorty into the bundle, having one casualty each. I think that just means of how gaano ka-sharp mag-decide itong si ILG, gaano kabilis, and gaano katama palagi yung kanilang napipiling desisyon.
See, imagine this. Kael was the guy who was the difference maker to hold doon pa lang sa B-long. Nung nakita niya namatay yung kanyang Sky over at Garden, then he needed to pull out the operator. If he missed that shot, then this round would have been a different story. If he was not able to kill yung nag-iisang nasa loob ng smoke na yon with that headhunter, then this would have been even closer sana para dito sa ILG. But the fact that they were able to adapt to the situation pakatapos nilang kunin yung plant, naglagay sila ng cage sa kabilang side ng triple. That meant that the Jet had no info kung nasa
Yeah.
loob nga ng A-shot siya or kung nag-wrap around siya dun sa triple dahil doon sa cage na
There's a lot of
hinahide siguro
uncertainties.
ng kalaban niya. Ang dami niyang kailangang isipin. Nag-overthink tong si Yux dahil dun. Nag 5 versus 5 na tayo dito sa ating pistol round, mga kaibigan, as CE are taking this as slow as they possibly can. But they don't know that they placed all their trust dito kay Moriarty, who will hold his ground as everybody from Carti Esports are willing to dare na kailangan nilang kunin yung B-side.
And definitely, dapat sa kanila ito. Dalawa ang duelist nyo, dapat kayo ang magdikta nito. Pero
What?
parang nababaliktad ata through the smoke si Moriarty. May makukuha siya dito si Jasso. Now, the spike is being put down sa B-site natin. Hindi natin
May lurk
sure
pa sila?
paano i-add to. May lurk pa nga sila. Nagalit. Napakadelikado nito para sa kanila. What if the time is already into their hands? They've been able to try and attempt to go for the defuse here. Advantage here. Barricade na po. Now,
One
ito
enemy
pero hindi
remaining.
sapat para mapatumban yung 1v1 na ang sitwasyon natin dito. Isang tao galing sa hookah, si Kael lang naman to. Yun nga lang nga. He would try and go for the gunshots dito galing sa kanyang headhunter. But he will see if he will be able to hunt him down or
Nahap
would it
na.
be the latter? Nahap, he's
No!
sticking it in.
No, he's sticking!
Ano ginagawa mo, Kael? Oh no! Beyond his knowledge, he will be able to go for the defuse with the 310 sa ating score line. That is so crazy dito for the side of RD League.
He was shaking in his boots. He was already hitting the head doon sa wall na nag-reload pa si kaibigang Kael. Hindi niya alam na sinistick na niya yung defuse. Pero dapat na lang nag-jump spot lamang siya. He would have known na hindi siya completely nagtatry na i-bait yung shot. He was sticking the defuse. The time was ticking for Moriarty at that point alone. Pero masyadong na-pressurized yung nag-iisang kaibigan sa CE. Unfortunate for the guy. It is terrorizing, excruciating to say the least. Sayang na sayang dahil they had the round in their hands. They even had the double flank that definitely worked out. Almost had the double, but also had a lot of damage to set up Kael for that 1v1. They had the defense set up. Zeta following through doon sa loob ng U-Haul. Nakita na agad si Gabo sa loob, but tap! He might have actually saved this round for them. A double kill, got his sheriff lang. And Zeta will try to seal it away from them. A triple for tap. This guy's popping off with the sheriff. As he made it a 2 versus 2, that gave them the window to upgrade the guns. Calamitous follows through a double kill. Made it a triple for Calamitous. Naging 3-pointer pa nga, mga kaibigan. As Ivy League Gaming, they steal it all back away, even though Tap have made a window for themselves.
Maganda na sana, bagay na sa kanya sana yung pangalan niya. Dalawa yung natap niya doon with the sheriff, but yun nga lang, hindi talaga sumapat. Time out already begun to commence here from the side of Carti, and we have been able to see that ILG, kung kanina, we have been able to see na parang si Chuchu lang yung tumatrabaho, or we have seen them evolve na pati si Moriarty and pati si Vipara. Now, every single one has been able to stand up for themselves and for each other. Definitely different from what we have seen from our previous round. And if it isn't kung ano na nag-i-improve sila, they're leveling up.
Yeah. Evolving every single round. Di lang adaptation na to eh. Commanding them to take the fight to them. Ivy League, although it was as close as it can get from Tap, getting the triple again para sa Carti. All falls down to how much weaponry that they've had because they won the pistol round. It was a well-fought victory. And they even have the highest of leads dito eh, no? 8-round advantage. They're chilling. They don't need to pressure themselves. They don't need to overthink anymore. Now they believe they are not the underdogs na. Now they believe that they can win this.
Kayang-kaya daw, di ba? If they were able to put Kinlab Alpha down, I am sure they're more than confident that they can do that to Carti Esports as well. And now they've been able to set up themselves here for the side of Carti Esports. Kayo dapat ang lumalamang dito. You guys had the aggressive comp, but it is gonna be the latter that they are being suffered upon because Ivy League is trying a lot of stuff. Tatlo, yan nasa kabilang dulo, and they might not anticipate this. Just in case na mag-push sila, Trailblazer, good call here from Tap. You'll be able to put that out. Showstopper natin, di ko connecta. Si Kaela makakapatay dito kay Calamitous. He will try to push on forward. Hindi nila away the Viper before Alice there. But the sprays would not connect to any of the members here for the side of CE. And instead, they will be able to rain upon our B side, put the spike down, and hold it dear.
If they can try to clutch, then this will be one
Last
hell
player
of a 2
standing.
versus 4. But Yux, long range tap from the Vandal. And this was the buy round that they needed, keeping all guns in check and all guns blazing. Tap with the double pap. Papunta dito kay Moriarty. 4-11 for the flawless victory. Carti Esports showing that they can still prove worthy dito sa title natin. Pero has it been too late for them? Has it been too late for them to show that they are worthy? Ivy League Gaming have built up an economy, built up an empire all throughout this bind game. Pero baby steps lang yan, di ba? Always step one. Take every round into account. Take it step by step. If CE can pull this out of the bag, then damn, this might be a moment for them. But Ivy League Gaming are gonna prove that this is not just a fluke. Papasok pa rin. Choo-choo, long angle, wide peak. Kaso, it is CE that win that 2-for-1 exchange. And Ivy League Gaming, how will they come back from this? Kasi nag-invest sila ng 2 Sentinel players over at that A site. Hahayaan na lang nila makapag-defense pa rin ang nag-iisang raise doon sa loob ng B. Kasama na agad ng Viper. They leave all the trust in the world para sa Cypher doon sa may A site. Moriarty with the spray down. Take off tong Singapore. They also have a lot of control over Hookah, but damn well, they will decide to teleport back onto the A site itself.
We have a pretty interesting setup dito from Zeta, but I'm not quite sure that they will pass on to that one. Triple is to be capitalized on dito. Pero yun nga lang, napapabagsak ni Zeta. So the moment that the spike has been put down is also the moment that Ivy League is trying to step it all up. 2 members here from the Bast. They are having trades here, the 1v1. Si Yox ang kanyang katapat dito, pero si Moriarty pa rin na makakakuha sa kanya with the 3K and the match point on the end of Ivy League, getting the most lead in terms of points so far in the whole duration of this day.
The full decisiveness para sa Ivy League Gaming na ibigay ang lahat ng kailangan nila doon sa Cypher. And he was able to get the impact play. Kill off Jaso after makuha nila yung 2-for-1 sa B. Alam nila na hindi yon yung magiging endgame. A beautiful setup to go back towards that A site. But for Ivy League Gaming, it was all about how they can adapt to it. And again, they do it again.
Tignan mo naman kini Moriarty here. 29-2, single digit deaths but double digit score. Hanggang saan aabot nga ba ang 20 mo? Sa ganitong ekonomiya, medyo mahirap na pero parang pinuprove niya otherwise because napakatindi or napaka-stellar nga na nagiging performance nila so far and they've been able to stand up for each other and they are well determined to secure the last spot dito sa ating qualifiers. They are attempting to go and stand proud and they are attempting to go and push forward there. Carti Esports, the fight is not ending yet. But Chuchu, di nila ina-expect na nandito siya. You will be able to get here. Dito, sa kontra, nagdag pa rito. Ito si Kael, tsaka si Yox, sumo kontra. Pero, 2v3. They will be able to go for the entry here. Ngayon, isa na lang ang naiiw for the side of Ivy League. Calamitous, with low health na lang din. Despite of the fact na meron siyang mga abilities na nagamit dito, magiging mahirap na para sa kanya na gamitin ito up to its fullest extent.
Naka-judge lang siya at yung pinakamalapit na gun sa kanya is over at T-spawn. A Vandal in hand will be useful for the 1v3 clutch, pero with him having low HP and with them setting up the post plant, this will be an impossible task to work with, especially with time not being on his side. So he will go for the save instead. A well-placed round for Carti Esports, although Chuchu had a really good idea. It was all for nothing. If he would have got 2 there, if he would have had 3, could have gotten the important picks, then could have possibly ended differently. But the decisiveness for Carti was what placed them dito sa 5th round na napakabilis lamang for them. It was the full reset back into a full execute on A that made the difference na naman. But how many times do they need to do that? 7. They want to do it in a row pa nga.
Oh my, one more round away from winning itong si Ivy League. And yes, they will be forced to resort dito sa ating Nico round considering they don't have enough creds to fight it all off. But they are gonna take their time here and that is something kung mahahayaan nila na si Carti Esports na mag-accumulate ng enough momentum para makabangon muli dito sa kanilang kahirapan kanina. But now, it is going to be them just falling sa short area natin. Pero naku, si Yux meron na agad makikita dito. Definitely si Zeta pa. Kung sino pa yung pinaka-importante dito na maaaring makapag-depensa ng ating site. Siya pa ang nawala.
Ay, nahuli pa nga itong si Juju. Kinagat ng aso na nilabas ng Carti. He needs to run back to safety and he does on the truck position. That also gives him cover on the A short extremity. Gamboa pushes. He gets noted by Befora. Tries to spray towards that box position. Pero mabuti na lang at nakapasok pa rin si Gamboa. Papasok sa smoke. Si Juju. He doesn't hit the shot from the Sheriff. He gets to another smoke. But Yux will punish with a 3K in hand for Carti. As they try to build the blocks for their comeback, they're making it so that ILG are pressured to make a comeback, pressured to make the decision for themselves, forcing a timeout for Ivy League. And you know that they're on the ropes even if they need one more big step to work with.
Hindi sila hinahayaan ng Carti Esports na mabigay sa kanya ito. Kung sakali man na sila ay matatalo, well, they're not gonna go down without a fight. And from what we're seeing here, it is going to be 6-12 already. Kung kanina medyo malayo ang kalamangan dito ni Ivy League, abay, paunti-unti na niraraos ito ng Carti. And now, time out. I wonder what is going to be different here for the side of Ivy League. Anong pinag-uusapan nila? Paano nga ba natin muli magagawa yung death trap na ginagawa natin sa kanila kanina? Because they've been able to harness their strength already. Kung kailangan nila ng aggression, kung kailangan nila ng control, kung kailangan nila ng space, then definitely kailangan nila gawin yun. They have Yux, they have Gabo, then definitely they've been able to do that already. And all they have to do is to be more consistent.
And they also need to chill, so they need to bounce with as much confidence as possible. But they can only do that if they don't run out of steam. Kung masyado silang nag-over-aggress, then mapapagod lamang sila. Kung gagamitin na lang lahat ng idea nila, then mauubusan sila ng pwedeng bagong strats sa susunod na group stages if they actually qualify. So if Ivy League want to get themselves in the running, then they need to pull it out right here, right now. 6-12 para sa scoreline natin, ladies and gentlemen, para sa final spot ng group stages of Predator League 2024. But this time, it's the reset back up for Carti Esports. They are sitting on the fence on where they want to push themselves. Either B long, pwede rin doon sa may B short. Kaya nilagay nila ang dalawang neutral players sila dito. Habang yung active forces already crossing the bridge over at that shower position. Kayel holding his nerve to what must be an active TP play that they can use kapag nag-ingay na agad ang Carti Esports. Chuchu has full responsibility before getting first blood. Kaso na blind siya agad at nakuha ng concuss. Hahabulin ng Ivy League yung TP all the way to showers, but they haven't checked Moriarty. But Yux and Gabo getting themselves out of the hole that has been forced out by Ivy League Gaming. They get the site itself, but they haven't found out where the Sniper is. Zeta gets noted, gets blindsided as Yux gets the cripple. It's all on Calamitous, but the Calamity does not strike today. Carti Esports making the comeback one round at a time.
Well, you know what? Ito nga yung sinasabi nila. When you put pressure into carbon, it's either they become coal or either they become diamonds. And from what we're seeing here right now, it seems like this looks promising for the side of Carti Esports. There is a possibility na maging diamante sila, maging worth it lahat ng pressure na pinagdadaanan nila, kanilang ginagawa. And ngayon naman din kasi is they've been able to address how Ivy League is going for it na eh. And what is going to be the problem here for Ivy League? Magiging problema nila dito is pagka nanggigil sila. We have been able to know them na they've been able to get the discipline na meron sila kanina pa.
Yeah.
Pero hanggang saan ito maglalast?
That endurance will be of note para sa kanila. Kasi if they keep delaying the game, lalamig ang Ivy League at iinit ang Carti Esports to contrast para dito sa kanilang possible last round that we've been saying for like 4 rounds in a row now that Carti Esports have been running away with because of their double duelist comp. Talagang Yux and Gado have been running away with winning a lot of their duels. So it all counts on how they will perform dito sa hookah position natin with a double stack up. Mukhang doon pa nga nilabas ang info. Nag-ingay sila with the boom bot. At nasira pa nga ni Calamitos. Ginamit na din agad yung paint shell to delay what must be an attempt at splitting up yung B site itself. But you can never underestimate the power of the Sheriff Sabah. We saw that from Dignified, and now they use the orbital strike, a very expensive ultimate, but at least they get themselves one. And so will get a triple.
30 seconds left.
As Carti Esports, they forced themselves into B
Spike
successfully.
He's been able to get himself a bundle here, but until when would it last? We have 4 people remaining here for the side of Cardi Esports, and just in case, he might be walking into his death wish. And maka nga mag-grant pa yon para sa kanya, because just like that, Tapta will be able to secure him all out. 8-12. Saan tayo nang galing?
3-11.
And ngayon, it's already 8-12. 4 more rounds away. Slow yet steady hike here onto the peak of the mountain. Carti's been able to assert na, you know what? Parang kaya pa natin to.
Yeah, they don't have anything to lose at this point. All but tournament life. So now that they are almost at the brink of death, they realize na hindi na tayo mag-hesitate, hindi na tayo matatakot. Tayo na ngayon ang may momentum. Tayo na ngayon ang umiinit. Very interesting that they decide to put the Viper inside of TP. And they spray it down, but they don't know na nasa loob siya ngayon. So, the question is if they can keep him for longer, if they can have impact with that. With a triple stack onto a short that might result into a
look at
triple
that.
flank on Jasso, who is waiting with loving arms with a double kill with the smoker, making his impact known. A 2-for-1. Chuchu goes back to the A side knowing na napaka-open lamang yan. Baka sa showers pa sila manggaling. Pero yung napakalaking trap nila, yung crossfire na set up is all the way to be short. That might be dodged away by Carti, who decide to take the A site na lang.
Chuchu and company gave themselves away, and this is going to be an edge here for the side of Cardi Esports because they've been able to make their way here.
Di
onto
nakita!
our side, pero di nakita na si Chuchu nasa triple. Sundan naman ito ni Yux with a Blaze Storm in his hands. Tumama naman ng kanyang mga blades here, which is definitely going to be nice on their end, but it is not finished yet. Strikes been put down dito sa A site natin. 2 more remaining members for the side of Ivy League. Definitely doable, but that is if Cardi Esports has in control, maaaring maprolong palalo ang lifeline nila dito. Nakita niyo yung barrel ng kanyang barrel, pero di tatama ang kanyang shot from the operator. Tamang labas lang ng ating Blade Storm, pero hindi rin tatama itong mga to. But definitely, Yux would be able to get this round for themselves. And mukhang, would this be a possible overtime?
Possible, definitely. Kung kanina nasa 3-11 tayo, nasa 9-12 na tayo mga kaibigan, and it's all thanks to Jasso, his perfect patience, his perfect timing, that resulted into the lineup para kay Vipora and Calamitos, taking as slowly as possible para ma-clear yung bawat corner ng market natin. Resulted into the lineup, resulted into what has been the split up para sa Carti or para sa Ivy League Gaming. They have been proving to be the definition of mental fortitude. Pero ngayon, dapat habang natagal, dapat maging ready ang Ivy League dahil Carti Esports, it is no question that they have the momentum right now. It is no question that they are hot in how they are preparing for everything at this point against Ivy League. They had shortcomings sa lahat ng kanilang mga first halves. Pero ngayon sa second half, kung kailan they are in dire straits, ngayon pa lang sila nanalabas ng strats at ngayon pa lang sila consistently winning their aim duels.
This is going to be the fear of Ivy League. They've been able to build their building so tall, but it is going to be the calamity here
One
that
stop.
is Carti. C is for calamity? What? Di
Wow.
natin sure, no? Pero from what we're seeing here, parang alam na nila paano nila papatumbahin yung empire ng Ivy League. They know how to outsmart these scholars. And now, they're making their way dito sa A-side natin, making their presence known. Pero si Gabo, merong mapipitas dito with an immediate trade here galing kay Chuchu. But
30 seconds
seems
left.
like Zeta will be able to get his shot in the middle of the head
Oh,
dito
no.
ni Yux.
Oh.
He will be able to go and rush dito sa B-site natin. And then the orbital strike already being put out here as well. Yun nga lang nga, a lot of segregated duels happening here. Multiple encounters with this ultimate being put out by
10
Calamitos
seconds
as well.
Delay
Pero
na.
hindi pa kumukolekta. Dinedelay niya lang talaga.
What?
Matitihan. And that's going to be a veteran into the side of Ivy League. And they've been able to use the time remaining up to their fullest advantage.
I was about to question kung bakit nagro-rotate doon sa bilong yung chamber nila na may hawak ng spike.
Ayun nga eh.
Even though naglabas ng presensya, si Chuchu doon sa likod after patayin yung nasa hookah. But they were still on the way doon sa A-long. Pero
Wow.
kinol agad ni Chuchu yung mga kasama niya para magkaroon sila pa rin ng defense on B. Buti na lang may ultimate si Calamitos. Buti na lang wala silang oras para mag-plant. At buti na lang nandoon sila lahat para makuha ang thrifty win to steal away the weapons and to steal away the victory for Carti Esports, stopping them in their comeback
Wow.
story.
Man, the prestige, the innovators, that is the members from Ivy League. They've been able to introduce themselves na, you know what, hindi lang one time, big time yung laro namin
Hindi,
kanina.
hindi. It was out of
Because
fluke.
if not, nadagdagan pa.
Yeah.
Nag-level up sila. Yes, medyo na-prolong dahil na-snatch yung momentum sa kanila, pero nauwi pa rin sa kapag kapanalo nila.
Tama.
And that is just something that we can say that they are well deserving of the last lot proceeding sa ating Phase 2 group stages of the Predator League. Is this going to be really an awesome fight?
An awesome fight para makakuha kayo ng spot over to the Asia Pacific Predator League playoffs. Talagang it is an all-out war all throughout dito sa lahat ng weeks natin sa Predator League qualifiers. But ladies and gentlemen, the best thing about this is we're just getting started. Tapos na ang 8 weeks natin from the qualifiers
Wow.
alone. But we have the group stages coming up. And that will be the biggest melee that we are gonna be expecting dito sa Predator League, mga kaibigan. That was one hell of a
Yeah.
qualifier, eh, no? Talagang we had good games all throughout. Di ka siya katulad ng ibang qualifiers na mabilisan lamang eh. We had great games to find out kung ano yung strengths and weaknesses ng bawat miyembro dito sa qualifiers natin. And we have seen an underdog rise up to the occasion. Congratulations sa Ivy League Gaming, pero the job is not over yet for them.
Yun nga eh, parang sinasabi na lang natin dito na, you know what, ito rin ang maganda sa Predator League. Umpisa pa lang sinasabi na natin to, there is gonna be a lot of new faces, a lot of possible prodigies, and a lot of teams that are unknown but will make themselves known.
Yeah.
And this is already the prime example. Ivy League will be stepping further dito sa group stages natin and makakaharap nyo dito sila Oasis,
Oh.
sila Naos, sila at Tambangusingot.
Ah.
And we still have these, you know,
Powerhouses.
powerhouses
Sa
na
underdogs din.
yeah, some underdogs, some powerhouses, but at the same time, in terms of skill, parang hindi na natin sila pwede i-categorize in terms of underdogs. Parang ano lang sila, mga mysterious people.
Yeah. Now we blur the lines between what
Yeah.
makes them different away from the tier 1 teams, 'di ba? Kasi ngayon, equals na sila. Ngayon, nasa iisang stage na ang lahat ng mga nasa qualifying stage natin. Esports org or none. Congratulations sa lahat na nag-qualify all throughout the weeks dito sa mga qualifying stages natin. And thank you so much para sa lahat ng viewers natin investing in us all throughout, week in, week out. No matter the results, win or lose, competitor or not, always stand proud. Dahil dito, talagang napakaganda ng ating production so far. Thank you so much for watching and see you next week para sa group stages ng Predator League. My name is Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and thank you so much nga pala sa Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9 for making Predator League 2024 possible. We'll see you guys next week para sa group stages. Pwede na kayong kumain at pwede na kayong umalis.
Bye!
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Satchel out.
10 seconds left. Player standing.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
That's three. Your hats.
Spike down.
Precision.
Last player standing.
I know exactly where. You copies are nothing.
Loosen up.
Spike down. Attacker.
Down you go.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
That's the love.
Bomb buddy out.
Spike planted.
Dropped.
Spike planted. Spike down A.
Stay down.
One enemy remaining. Long.
There you are. There you are, you little shit. Nothing. Party!
Last player standing.
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
Him beacon down.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.